Chapter 363 Slaughter Experts of the Saint Realm. Chapter 363 Slaughter Experts of the Saint Realm. Clang! A metallic sound rang out. The blue-robed woman was suddenly stunned. Many spectators, including the four holy masters, also froze in shock. Jian Wushuang directly grabbed the blade of the Cyan longsword, which contained the full power of 18 experts. Despite the overwhelming power of the long sword, Jian Wushuang held the blade tightly. The long sword was a second-grade magic weapon, but it could not even seem to hurt Jian Wushuang. How is that possible? Everyone was dumbstruck. The whole area became silent. How it could be? The blue-robed woman widened her eyes and stared at Jian Wushuang. Then a hint of coldness flashed in her eyes. Go to hell! A sudden surge of energy was emitted from the Cyan long sword, which then changed into sharp spines and shot towards Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang was a bit surprised, but he just closed his eyes and let the spines crash against his body. Clang! 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 The continuous crashes resounded through the air. Each spine could easily kill an ordinary Saint Realm expert, but they did not work against Jian Wushuang. His body was like an indestructible gem, so the collision just caused sparks to fly in all directions. The blue-robed woman was completely petrified. The sword strike she had performed with her full strength had been caught by Jian Wushuang using only a single hand. Now, the countless spines did not even puncture his skin. That boy! Second Holy Master was shocked. He still remembered when he tried to kill Jian Wushuang. After the boy's strength suddenly erupted, he could barely prick the boy's skin with his strongest move, Scarlet Thunderbolt. Such a powerful body. It was indestructible. While the blue-robed woman was in a daze, Jian Wushuang opened his eyes and glanced at the woman. Then he quickly stretched out his left arm, grabbed the woman's neck, and raised her up. The blue-robed woman was terrified. Her neck was currently being grasped by Jian Wushuang so tightly that she felt as if her strength was of no use, and she was completely unable to resist. As Jian Wushuang exerted more strength, crack! The blue-robed woman's neck broke and her breath instantly disappeared. Then her body was tossed onto the ground below. When the woman died, the Aeon devil-killing formation began to collapse. Force of gale and thunderbolt began to surge inside Jian Wushuang's body. Shua! He moved so fast that no one could see his body. They all watched a lightning pass by two experts of the Saint Realm. Then Jian Wushuang reappeared with the triple-kill sword in his hand, scarlet blood dripping from his sword. The two experts of the Saint Realm widened their eyes as blood began dripping from the sword scar left on both of their necks. Shua! Then Jian Wushuang easily flashed by three other Saint Realm experts, killing them before they even had an opportunity to struggle. Shua! Shua! Lightning emerged and flashed through the air. Chi! 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 The sound of bodies being cut was heard in quick succession, striking terror in their hearts. Run! A forlorn cry came out. Then the surviving Saint Realm experts started running back towards Holy Emperor Palace in panic. Asshole! Shocked and angry, First Holy Master let out a snarl and moved forward. Boom! He launched an attack, his huge palm print covering the whole sky. Jian Wushuang, who was hunting these experts of Holy Emperor Palace, raised his head and immediately flashed through the huge palm, splitting it in two. This attack gave several experts enough time to run toward the four Holy Masters and escape death. In the blink of an eye, among the 18 Saint Realm experts who made up Aeon devil-killing formation, 13 experts were killed and only 5 survived. Silence. The whole area became silent at this moment. Countless experts and a large number of young warriors watched in shock as a dozen Saint Realm experts fell from the sky. They all widened their eyes and felt terrified. Too strong. A young warrior could not help but speak. This caused the whole Holy Emperor Island to become heated. Of the 18 experts, 13 were killed. Were they really experts of the Saint Realm? Legendary experts of the Saint Realm were killed so easily, just like a rooster being killed. A year ago, when Jian Wushuang reached Venerable Master, he cut off the legs of Second Holy Master with a single stroke. His battle strength had been far superior to an ordinary Saint Realm expert. Over the past year, he had obtained great opportunities in the Ancestors' land and reached pinnacle of the Saint Realm. His battle strength had improved greatly. With the help of his perfect body and heavenly creation skill, he could kill a Saint Realm expert who mastered domain as easily as butchering a rooster. The Aeon devil-killing formation was really powerful, but once it collapsed, it was easy for Jian Wushuang to kill them. This is the number 1 genius on the Nanyang continent, Jian Wushuang. His battle strength is too terrifying. He is much stronger than an expert of the Saint Realm, and even the 4 Holy Masters. I'm afraid that on the Nanyang continent, only the mysterious monarch of the Tang dynasty could defeat him. Holy Emperor Palace is in danger this time. Chapter 364, A Close Fight. Chapter 364, A Close Fight. Holy Emperor Palace is in danger this time. The words resounded in all the hearts of the spectators, as well as the experts of Holy Emperor Palace. The protective array had already been broken. The Aeon devil-killing formation, consisting of 18 Saint Realm experts, collapsed, and 13 of them were killed. It seemed that only the 4 Holy Masters were qualified to block Jian Wushuang. At this moment, they all fixed their eyes on the 4 Holy Masters. The 4 Holy Masters all wore a grim look. As First Holy Master took a step forward, the other 3 Holy Masters followed. They stood side by side in front of Jian Wushuang, as 4 powerful streams of aura began to emanate from them. First Holy Master's aura was the most powerful, far superior to the other 3. 4 Holy Masters. The whole Holy Emperor Island became quiet. All the spectators stared at the 4 Holy Masters in awe. The 4 Holy Masters had a great reputation. Holy Emperor Palace had been the top sect for thousands of years, with many top experts in their long history. But it was the 4 Holy Masters that helped Holy Emperor Palace reach its real peak. The 4 Holy Masters all reached the pinnacle of the Saint Realm, especially First Holy Master. He was a complete monster. The alchemy school had been placed at a disadvantage, simply because they did not have an expert who could fight against First Holy Master. Now, these 4 experts who represented the supreme battle strength of Holy Emperor Palace came out to fight. They teamed up with each other to fight this enemy. "Please try your best to help me kill the boy," First Holy Master said in a low voice. Upon hearing this, the other 3 Holy Masters nodded heavily. Then, boom, 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 they directly rushed forward. 4 Holy Masters. Jian Wushuang narrowed his eyes and gazed at his opponents, who were all supreme existences in the Nanyang continent. Now he needed to fight all 4 of them. "Come on," Jian Wushuang said with a cold look. A surge of overwhelming battle intent rose from within him. Whoosh! Second Holy Master was the first to strike a blow against Jian Wushuang. "Boy, go to hell!" Second Holy Master looked ferocious. He held a blood-red giant hammer, which was a second-grade magic weapon that weighed over 5,000 kilograms. But he easily swung the giant hammer as if he was holding a goose feather. Scarlet waves lashed toward Jian Wushuang. When Jian Wushuang raised his hand, preparing to parry it, 4th Holy Master, who stood opposite him, suddenly let out a snarl, causing a hail of terrifying sound waves to sweep forward. The sound waves tried to pierce through Jian Wushuang's body, but his body was too strong and seemed indestructible. It only made Jian Wushuang pause for a short time before he continued to lift his long sword. The giant hammer smashed against the triple kill sword. Boom! A terrifying boom was heard as the overwhelming power erupted. Second Holy Master attacked from above, which placed Jian Wushuang at a disadvantage. Under the influence of the sound wave, Jian Wushuang had to lean back. Jian Wushuang suddenly felt a flow of cold aura behind his back. His expression changed. Force of gale and thunderbolt gushed out as he stepped back. Then a streak of black light happened to pass by his waist. After he regained his balance, Jian Wushuang realized it was a black dagger covered with black venom. A cold woman held the dagger while staring at Jian Wushuang with hostility. She was third Holy Master. "Nice try," Jian Wushuang said with a faint smile. He suddenly raised his head and saw the spectral image of a huge beast. It was an enormous demonic ape, which was hundreds of feet tall. Its body almost seemed to cover the whole sky, and First Holy Master stood at the center of the demonic ape phantom. Along with his soaring aura, the silver-haired elder had sparks of killing intent in his eyes. In an instant, the demonic ape moved, appearing before Jian Wushuang. First Holy Master, wearing a pair of pitch-black gloves, clenched his right fist and began gathering a stream of terrifying power in his right hand. Origin of all beasts! Jian Wushuang was a bit surprised. He had once fought with an expert who mastered origin of all beasts. Such experts were adept at close fights. "I'm not afraid of a close fight," Jian Wushuang roared. He withdrew his triple kill sword as a surge of power gathered in his hands. His body changed into lightning and rushed forward. He released several punches, using only his bare hands. With his outburst of strength and spiritual power, every stroke he launched was extremely powerful and terrifying. First Holy Master's fists, wrists, knees, and even fingers became magic weapons. Like a real giant ape, he was fighting with Jian Wushuang in close combat. Boom! 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 Violent booms reverberated throughout the whole area. Each confrontation caused invisible waves to spread out. A big storm of energy formed in the surrounding area. After Jian Wushuang and First Holy Master had more than 100 confrontations, suddenly, whoosh! Jian Wushuang shot back hundreds of meters. After stabilizing his body, he looked at himself. His clothes were ragged, exposing his strong muscles, copper-colored skin, and countless marks that were left on his body. The marks were all caused by fists or elbows. Only a single palm print was left on First Holy Master's body, but First Holy Master looked pale. Chapter 365 Defeat of the Four Holy Masters. Chapter 365 Defeat of the Four Holy Masters. I have comprehended origin of all beasts, and I excel at close combat. Yet the dozen strokes I landed on him did not hurt him at all. On the other hand, I was injured by a single attack from him. His body is too strong. First Holy Master stared at Jian Wushuang with a cold look. He had to admit that Jian Wushuang had a powerful body. Jian Wushuang's body could protect him from a dozen face-to-face attacks. First Holy Master, you live up to your name, ranking number 1. You're much stronger than the other 3 Holy Masters, Jian Wushuang said with a faint smile while he watched First Holy Master, who was standing opposite him, being surrounded by the other 3 Masters. However, if your strength is just this, you cannot protect Holy Emperor Palace. The moment he finished his words, a surge of killing intent rose from him. Then a vast blood river flowed out at an amazing speed. Azura's secret skill, Road to the Underworld. The turbulent river soon covered an area over a radius of 1,000 meters, with the 4 Holy Masters stuck inside. The four holy masters frowned as they felt the overwhelming power of the blood river. Be careful. This blood river is like domain, so it can greatly suppress us, second holy master said seriously. He had experienced the power of road to the underworld, so he knew. While road to the underworld was pervading the whole area, slaughter domain started sweeping out as well. Even a faint flow of sword essence began to emanate from Jian Wushuang. The layer of sword essence was like invisible waves, full of terrifying power. It was the first-grade sword technique, multifold realm, which Jian Wushuang had practiced inside Sword Tower. As a first-grade sword technique, it was enigmatic. Jian Wushuang had just mastered the first move, the first realm. The power of the first realm was far superior to Sword C. The combination of three techniques, Road to the Underworld, First Realm, and Slaughter Domain. Suppress! Jian Wushuang shouted in a low voice. Shua! The blood river tumbled, with waves violently lashing the surroundings. Its great power suppressed the four holy masters, causing them to stop for a while. Their expressions changed. How powerful! First Holy Master looked solemn. We cannot move freely in the blood river. Even I can only display 70% of my strength. First Holy Master, who was the most powerful among them, had 30% of his battle strength suppressed, while the other three Holy Masters had half of their strength suppressed. How is this possible? Second Holy Master widened their eyes in shock and said, Last time I met him, his blood river realm barely suppressed 10% of my strength, but now it's half of my strength. Even though he has reached the Saint Realm, the power of his blood river should not have improved to such an extent. He did not know that blood river's power improved greatly because of First Realm. Regarding the power of the three domains in the previous combination, Road to the Underworld ranked first, Slaughter Domain ranked second, and Sword C ranked third. As for the current power of three domains he was using, Road to the Underworld was still first, but First Realm was stronger than Slaughter Domain. While the four holy masters felt awful under the influence of Blood River, Jian Wushuang and his two sword soul phantoms exuded a powerful battle intent. Soon after, Jian Wushuang began to move. Bang! His first step caused the air to tremble, and a flow of pressure swept out. The triple kill sword, which was filled with a great amount of sword essence, appeared in his hand again. An overwhelming spiritual power gathered in his hand, and his body's strength reached its peak. Then Jian Wushuang violently slashed at First Holy Master. The move he performed came from a first-grade sword technique, dragon-killing sword technique. The stroke was obviously powerful. The sword light lashed out, humming as it moved through the air. First Holy Master was shocked by it. He immediately clenched his fists as his huge demonic ape phantom grew immensely. Then it let out a snarl and launched two punches. At the same time, the other three Holy Masters also attacked. Second Holy Master waved his heavy blood-red hammer, scarlet energy gushing out, smashing downward as if a towering huge mountain was falling. Third Holy Master wore a cold look as black light gathered in her hands. She also launched an attack using her black dagger that was covered in venom. Fourth Holy Master's eyes widened like copper bells. He waved his huge saber and hacked forward with enough power that he could easily split a mountain. The four Holy Masters attacked with their most powerful moves. Even though they were being suppressed by Blood River, they still managed to release overwhelming power. In an instant, their four strikes collided with the boy's. It was a head-on confrontation. He was fighting with four experts of the Saint Realm. As a result, the sword light changed into a raging giant dragon before the collision. The giant dragon roared with an overwhelming momentum and smashed against the four attacks. Then it transformed into a gust of wind and blew the four Holy Masters back. Jian Wushuang was able to defeat the 4 holy masters by himself. When the 4 holy masters retreated, Jian Wushuang rushed forward at lightning speed, appearing in front of his opponents. Not good. 4th holy master looked at the boy in terror. Jian Wushuang grinned and began to swing the triple kill sword. Chapter 366, The Last Line of Defense. Chapter 366, The Last Line of Defense. Hua! Within the brilliant sword light, there was vast killing intent. 4th holy master was still violently retreating. Facing against the brilliant sword slashed from Jian Wushuang, he had no ability to resist at all. The sword light inexorably swept over 4th holy master, whose eyes were filled with a thick unwillingness, yet his breath still began to dissipate. 4th brother! 1st holy master turned pale with fear. However, Jian Wushuang's figure flickered once again, like a ghost, then stopped in front of the cold woman. Having personally witnessed the scene of 4th holy master being beheaded by Jian Wushuang with a single sword move, her face suddenly turned pale when Jian Wushuang appeared in front of her, following which her eyes became crazy. Die! The cold woman clenched her teeth tightly. The black dagger in her hand, which was coated with a virulent toxin, turned into a dark gleam, piercing violently through the air. With this attack, the cold woman was using all of her strength. This was the most powerful attack she could display. However, Jian Wushuang casually swung his sword. The sword light and the black dagger collided head-on, causing the 2 mighty forces to burst out at the same time. Clang! A low and heavy crashing noise was heard. The cold woman's face suddenly changed. She just felt a terrifying force sweep past her, and she knew she was definitely unable to block it. The black dagger in her hand was immediately knocked away. However, the sword light still swept towards her arm without any sign of its power diminishing. Hua! A horrific slaughtering force erupted. The cold woman's arm was directly shredded by the bursting slaughtering force, but the sword light continued to sweep along her arm, moving towards her upper body, where it immediately penetrated her chest. A large amount of flesh and blood spilled out as the cold woman's breath also instantly disappeared. 3rd sister! 1st holy master's eyes widened with anger at this scene, but Jian Wushuang grinned at him, his figure once again flickering like a ghost. 2nd brother, retreat! Retreat! 1st holy master roared with a shrill cry. He was not afraid of Jian Wushuang's attack. Although he could not compete against Jian Wushuang, he still had the ability to defend himself. But the other 3 holy masters could not. 2 of them had already been killed in an instant, with only 2nd holy master remaining. He did not want 2nd holy master to die at Jian Wushuang's hands. 2nd holy master was indeed cunning. As soon as Jian Wushuang killed 4th holy master, he was already aware of the trouble he was facing, so he immediately fled. When Jian Wushuang decided to kill him, after slaughtering 4th holy master and 3rd holy master, he had fled beyond the perimeter of the Blood River. Without Blood River's oppression, his speed was no longer being affected, so he could run even faster. Even Jian Wushuang could not kill him in the first place. 2nd holy master fled to 1st holy master's side. The 2 looked extremely pale as they stared at Jian Wushuang. With the triple kill sword in his hand, Jian Wushuang stood at the center of the Blood River, like a sword god from ancient times. As for the experts who were watching, as well as the young warriors who came to participate in the selection, all of them were currently holding their breath. When they saw Jian Wushuang suddenly rush out, defeating the 4 holy masters in one single sword move, followed by killing 2 of them, one after the other, the atmosphere surrounding Holy Emperor Island became utterly chaotic. Holy Master! The 4 holy masters of Holy Emperor Palace had always been unattainable and almost invincible in the eyes of everyone on the Nanyang continent. But now they watched as Jian Wushuang, a single person, fought against the 4 holy masters and killed 2 of them, one after the other, in a short period of time. This overwhelming and incredible scene shocked everyone. The young fighters were even more excited. Their feelings of worship towards Jian Wushuang reached an unprecedented level. On the other hand, the warriors from Holy Emperor Palace all looked pale and bloodless. Haha, Holy Emperor Palace is finished. Wang Yuan, who was among the experts from the alchemy school, was extremely excited at that moment. He shouted with a smile. Wang Yan, who was beside Wang Yuan, slightly shook his head upon hearing this and said, "Not necessarily." "Not necessarily?" Wang Yuan frowned, then quickly turned to face him. "Father, even the 4 holy masters, who are the strongest in Holy Emperor Palace, had been defeated by 3rd brother. He even slaughtered 2 of them. Who could possibly stop him? 3rd brother will definitely uproot Holy Emperor Palace." "You are underestimating Holy Emperor Palace." Wang Yan glanced at Wang Yuan and said in a low voice, "If their strength was so simple, our alchemy school would not be so scared of them." "What do you mean?" Wang Yuan's face turned gloomy. "Just watch." Wang Yan did not explain too much. "However, your brother is really strong and determined. He seems to have already suspected that the Holy Emperor Palace is not as simple as it seems. So, from the beginning, he has been holding back his strength." "3rd brother isn't using his full strength?" Wang Yuan was stunned, but he continued watching. Many experts of Holy Emperor Palace had gathered at the front gate, but at the moment, all of them had extremely ghastly expressions as they stared at Jian Wushuang, who had a cold look on his face. Behind him were 2 giant, sword-wielding, spectral images that were radiating a monstrous sword essence. Suddenly, Jian Wushuang moved his feet, slowly walking forward. Step by step, he slowly advanced towards Holy Emperor Palace. Dung, 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 dung. His heavy footsteps were like drum beats in the hearts of all the experts from the Holy Emperor Palace, gradually making their hearts sink to the bottom of the abyss. "What should we do? Holy Master, what should we do?" Some of the elders shouted at the 2 Holy Masters. First Holy Master and second Holy Master both looked sullen and desperate. Even though his heart was full of unwillingness, First Holy Master knew that he could not stop Jian Wushuang on his own. But at this moment, Jian Wushuang, who was slowly walking towards the Holy Emperor Palace, suddenly stopped and looked up, staring at the area above the entrance to Holy Emperor Palace. He had noticed something. There was a figure slowly stepping towards him. His pace was slow and light, but every step covered a long distance. In the beginning, he had been far off in the distance, but he quickly stepped past the experts of Holy Emperor Palace, appearing in front of Jian Wushuang. He was currently standing 30 meters in front of Jian Wushuang. This man was very young with a handsome face. He wore a gold robe and looked quite gentle. But the most remarkable thing about him was the horrid and bloody sword scar between his eyebrows. The gold-robed young man stood calmly in front of Jian Wushuang, not radiating even the slightest aura. He just looked at Jian Wushuang with a playful smile on his face. Jian Wushuang's eyes suddenly widened the moment he saw this young man. This man is the last line of defense for Holy Emperor Palace. Chapter 367, Fighting Jiuxiu. Chapter 367, Fighting Jiuxiu. Even just calmly standing there, the golden-robed young man attracted everyone's attention. Who is he? All the experts, including the warriors from Holy Emperor Palace, were puzzled. Obviously, the golden-robed young man came from Holy Emperor Palace, but his existence was unknown, even to the palace master and those elders. Only the first and second Holy Masters were pleasantly surprised by his arrival. "Master Jiuxiu." First Holy Master and Second Holy Master hurriedly saluted the young man. The way they addressed him left everyone stunned. Master Jiuxiu. They addressed this golden-robed young man as master. How could that be? A horrified expert exclaimed immediately. The Holy Masters and Holy Emperor Palace have such a high status, especially First Holy Master. He has always been the second highest figure on the Nanyang continent, throughout the entire Nanyang continent, who is qualified to be called Master by him. Master was the address for a stronger expert. Being called that by First Holy Master carried a lot of meaning. Master Jiuxiu. Is there such a person in Holy Emperor Palace? First Holy Master called him Master. How strong is this Jiuxiu? Everyone who heard it was amazed. The experts from the Holy Emperor Palace, who had become as pale as the dead, had rekindled their hope at this moment. They did not know who this Master Jiuxiu was, and they had never seen him before, but Master Jiuxiu was obviously on their side. While everyone was staring at the golden-robed young man, Jian Wushuang's eyes were also fixed on this Jiuxiu, a young man with a sword scar between his eyebrows. Jian Wushuang narrowed his eyes. Previously, when his father told him how Blood Feather Tower annihilated the Ji clan, he mentioned that it was not just the experts from Blood Feather Tower, but also a young man with a sword scar between his eyebrows that had killed their people. It was this young man who took away his mother as well as his father's sword soul. Obviously, the man who had taken away his mother and father was the golden-robed young man standing in front of him at this moment. With a slight smile on his lips, the golden-robed young man looked up at the two giant sword soul phantoms behind Jian Wushuang and smiled coldly. Even though the bloodline of the sword ancestor has declined to such a level, you still managed to awaken double sword souls. Your talent is really good. I guess you are even better than your father. If I can take away all your sword souls, then my harvest should be impressive. You want to take away my sword soul? That will depend on whether you have the ability. Jian Wushuang's voice was also extremely cold. Meanwhile, his strength suddenly soared. Behind him, the sword essence gathered by the two sword soul phantoms was also increasing. The dialogue between the two did not conceal anything. It resounded throughout the area, but the experts who heard it were all puzzled. Bloodline of the sword ancestor. Sword soul. What's that? Even though there were many experts present, the number of Saint Realm experts didn't amount to more than 50 people. Some of them were even well informed, but no one had ever heard of the sword ancestor's bloodline or sword soul. Master Jiuxiu, this Jian Wushuang possesses a monstrous strength, which is beyond what our Holy Emperor Palace could cope with. Master Jiuxiu, please kill him for us. First Holy Master said respectfully, even if you didn't say that, I would deal with him. The golden-robed young man said indifferently. A purple longsword with a weak aura appeared in his hand. It was an ordinary third-grade magic weapon. Jiuxiu's figure suddenly disappeared. When he reappeared, he had already arrived next to Jian Wushuang. At the same time, the purple longsword lightly slashed toward Jian Wushuang. How fast? Jian Wushuang was shocked. Jiuxiu was so fast that even Jian Wushuang was horrified, and the sword that Jiuxiu wielded was incomparably mysterious. When the sword slashed out, Jian Wushuang felt as if he was being suppressed from every direction. He wanted to escape, but his body couldn't seem to move. It was like this sword had completely locked him in place. His origin comprehension is much better than mine. Jian Wushuang was secretly surprised. As soon as Jiuxiu displayed his skill, Jian Wushuang immediately understood that Jiuxiu's cultivation was still within the Saint Realm. On top of that, his level of power was far worse than Jian Wushuang's, but the young man's origin comprehension was far above him. As the sword light drew near, Jian Wushuang realized he was unable to dodge. Hence, he gave up escaping and faced it directly. brandishing his triple kill sword, which radiated a monstrous rage. Clang! Although the sound was very light, a low and heavy crash was heard when the two collided. Boom! Boom! Two shocking sword lights immediately appeared and shot down towards the ground. Boom! Clang! There was a violent rumbling on the ground as a huge crack, spreading hundreds of meters, appeared, seeming to split the ground in half. At the same time, the other sword crack swept towards the gate of Holy Emperor Palace, even reaching some buildings inside the palace. Boom! A loud roar was heard, and a large number of buildings were directly smashed, mercilessly killing many disciples of Holy Emperor Palace who were near or still inside the buildings. Up in the air, both Jian Wushuang and Jiu Xiu retreated at the same time. He is only in the State Realm, yet his strength is so powerful. Jiu Xiu looked at Jian Wushuang in surprise, then grinned and said, "This is interesting." At this point, Jiu Xiu stepped forward again. Jiu Xiu immediately closed the distance, appearing in front of Jian Wushuang once again. With the purple long sword still in his hand, he casually attacked again, but this time he struck 3 times in quick succession. Hua! 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 The 3 sword lights were surprisingly fast and extremely subtle. Jian Wushuang's face turned solemn as he immediately swung the triple kill sword. Bang! Bang! 2 consecutive clashes were heard. Among the 3 sword lights, 2 were parried by Jian Wushuang, while the other one struck his body, leaving a clear bloody mark on his chest, forcing Jian Wushuang to retreat in an explosive and disgraceful manner. Once he regained his balance, Jian Wushuang looked at the blood mark on his chest, which was actually bleeding. He was injured. This was the first time that he has been injured since he became a venerable master and improved his body. Previously, during the hand-to-hand fight against First Holy Master, when tens of attacks landed directly on his body, it only left behind some marks, which quickly dissipated without leaving a single injury. Now, even though the sword light displayed by Jiu Xiu barely broke his skin, it was still true that he had been injured. Chapter 368, The Divine Land. Chapter 368, The Divine Land. I landed a direct hit, but it only barely broke his skin. How can his body be so strong? Jiu Xiu looked at Jian Wushuang in surprise. Even he had never heard of such a strong body. Jian Wushuang, however, just looked solemn. His perception of the origin and comprehension of sword principle are far above mine, and the sword skill he wields is monstrous. Yet his basic strength is very common, only at the level of ordinary Saint Realm warriors. They had only just started fighting, but Jian Wushuang already had some understanding towards Jiu Xiu's strength. If we compare skill, I am not his opponent, so I'll have to rely on absolute strength to crush him. Jian Wushuang's eyes were flashing. Azura's secret skill, Bridge of Helplessness. There was a loud rumble. Then a turbulent blood river appeared. On the edge of the blood river, a long blood bridge extended to the end of the blood river. While standing above the blood river, Jian Wushuang began to move forward, step by step, with his aura growing, just like an Azura. The triple kill sword in Jian Wushuang's hand also radiated a monstrous rage before slashing out a moment later. The 2 sword essence phantoms behind him also attacked with their long swords. There was no sound. It was not even visible to the naked eye. But this seemingly invisible strike made Jiu Xiu's pupils suddenly shrink. This is the heart-killing sword technique. Jiu Xiu was not unfamiliar with Sword Ancestor's strongest sword skill. At this moment, what Jian Wushuang displayed was obviously just the first move of the heart-killing sword technique, Traceless. No shadow, no trace. Under the full force of Jian Wushuang's Bridge of Helplessness, the power of this blow was even more earth-shattering. Even Jiu Xiu didn't dare to be careless at this moment, so he immediately used his sword to defend. Bang! A violent roar resounded. Two terrifying powers collided explosively. The constant sword light that was being released seemed like it could easily cut anything in half. It's amazing you can even use the sword ancestor's famous sword skill. Jiuxiu was staring at Jian Wushuang with sparkling eyes. Is it? However, at this moment, Jian Wushuang suddenly smiled coldly. Then, a bright light appeared between his eyebrows. The area between his eyebrows seemed to be split, and a sword essence, which gave even the spectators an eerie feeling, violently rushed forward like a thunderclap. The appearance of this sword shadow was so sudden that even Jiuxiu was not able to react immediately. Mind's eye sword technique. Jiuxiu recognized Jian Wushuang's sword skill, but he was only barely able to move his body aside at the last moment. The incomparably fast sword essence directly struck his shoulder, leaving behind a gaping hole. Jiuxiu's figure was also violently forced backwards by this sword essence in a completely ungraceful manner. However, once he regained his balance, the countless experts in the area were shocked by what they saw. They were surprised because there was a gaping hole the size of a bowl in Jiuxiu's shoulder. This would not be a minor wound for anyone, and there should have been a lot of blood flowing from the wound. Yet, at this moment, they did not see any blood gushing from Jiuxiu's shoulder. What they saw was dark molten iron moving slowly inside the hole. That is, the countless experts in the area were stunned. He was clearly injured, but there was no blood. Instead, there was a lot of molten iron. Is he human? After seeing this, Jian Wushuang's pupils also shrank as he mumbled, "Puppet fighter!" There was no blood, no flesh, and no organs. The Jiuxiu in front of them was not a human at all. He was a puppet fighter. If I didn't guess incorrectly, you're from that place? Staring at this Jiuxiu in front of him, Jian Wushuang said in a low and heavy voice, "The Divine Land." The Divine Land. As for the experts who were watching, as well as the young warriors who came to participate in the selection, all of them looked puzzled. They had never heard of this Divine Land. Only some of the old monsters present, as well as those who held high positions, such as the sect master of the alchemy school, immediately became serious when they heard him mention the Divine Land. The Divine Land, the legendary continent at the center of this world and a haven for experts. Wang Yan murmured. As the sect master of the alchemy school, Wang Yan knew about the existence of the Divine Land. He knew that this world he was in was huge, but 99% of it was covered by vast seas. Spread throughout the vast seas, there were pieces of land, of which the Nanyang continent was only a very common piece. In addition to the Nanyang continent, there were many similar lands in this world that were also filled with warriors. Naturally, there was no lack of experts. However, the real core of the world was the Divine Land. It was said that the vast territory of the Divine Land was far superior to the Nanyang continent. Owing to its core location in the world, the spiritual energy there was purer and more abundant than in other places. Therefore, cultivating in the Divine Land better than anywhere else. Therefore, the number of the experts in the Divine Land was something that the Nanyang continent could not compete with. Using a metaphor, the Nanyang continent was like an ordinary stream, while the Divine Land was a vast sea. There was no comparison. Many old monsters on the Nanyang continent, whose strength had reached the pinnacle of the Saint Realm and had become peak experts on the Nanyang continent, would go to the vast Divine Land once they felt there was nothing left for them to pursue on the Nanyang continent. In the history of the alchemy school, there had been several peak experts who had gone to the Divine Land. As for Jian Wushuang, after his strength reached a certain level and he developed a deeper understanding of Ancestor's land, he realized that the Sword Ancestor's bloodline was so marvelous that a small place like the Nanyang continent could not contain it. Hence, Jian Wushuang had suspected that there was a vast world beyond the Nanyang continent. As for his actual knowledge on the existence of the Divine Land, he read about it in the letter his father left him. The letter mentioned that his father had left the Nanyang continent and gone to the Divine Land. The Divine Land was a place where experts gathered. At its peak, the Sword Ancestors' bloodline was one of the overlords on the Divine Land. The force that had destroyed the Divine Land had also been located on the Divine Land. As for the Jiuxiu in front of him, no matter if it was perception of the origin, the sword skills he displayed, or the technique he had used to take away Jian Nanshan's sword soul, all of them were beyond the scope of the Nanyang continent. Therefore, Jian Wushuang was certain he came from the Divine Land, and it is very likely that he came from the force that had destroyed the bloodline of the Sword Ancestor. As for Holy Emperor Palace, it was only a chess piece used to prevent the growth of the Sword Ancestor's bloodline. Hearing what Jian Wushuang said, Jiu Xiu gave him a non-committal smile. Obviously, it meant he tacitly approved. He really came from the Divine Land. Chapter 369, I wait for you. Chapter 369, I wait for you. It's too bad. I planned to kill you and take away your double first-grade sword souls. But now it seems I've failed. Looking at his body, Jiu Xiu shook his head. You're at the peak among warriors, at the pinnacle of the Saint Realm. As for my puppet fighter, it is too weak to display my full battle strength, so it is unable to kill you. It was just a common Saint Realm puppet fighter, constructed using special means so that he could control it his own consciousness. Therefore, he couldn't display his full power with a puppet fighter against Jian Wushuang, whose body was so powerful it defied common sense. With strength at the pinnacle of the Saint Realm, there was nothing he could do right now. It seems I have to wait for my next visit to the Nanyang continent to take away your sword soul, said Jiu Xiu. No need. Jian Wushuang said coldly, Soon, I will be heading to the Divine Land to kill you. Kill me? Jiu Xiu sneered and said, Ew. Yes. Jian Wushuang looked at the puppet with a steadfast gaze and spoke in a forceful voice. Ha ha. Jiu Xiu laughed loudly as if he had just heard a hilarious joke. A person of narrow view. Do you think you're still considered a top expert in the Divine Land? Ridiculous. In the Divine Land, there are plenty of ants like you. How could an ant kill me? Hearing this, many of the spectators were shocked. Among the people here, Jian Wushuang was absolutely recognized as the strongest on the Nanyang continent. However, he was just a weak ant in Jiu Xiu's eyes. But Jian Wushuang didn't get angry when he heard that. Instead, he raised his head, stared at Jiu Xiu, and said in a deep voice, Jiu Xiu, there is a saying, maybe you've heard it. Jiu Xiu turned towards Jian Wushuang. Fortune is variant. Don't look down on me just because I'm weak right now. Jian Wushuang's word spread. It has been 7 years since the first time I successfully gathered spiritual power and became a warrior. At that time, even Blood Feather Tower, an assassin organization in our weak dynasty, was an overwhelming force for me, let alone Holy Emperor Palace. However, after a few years passed, I destroyed Blood Feather Tower. Today, Holy Emperor Palace, which is much stronger than Blood Feather Tower, will be destroyed by me as well. Did you ever expect that to happen? You never know what will happen. Now I'm a nobody. But 7 years from now, what will I become? Jian Wushuang spoke confidently in a clear, strong voice. Numerous experts there admired and agreed with him. He was confident he should be. Since he cultivated the heavenly creation skill, nothing was impossible. On top of that, he had even received gifts from the ancestors' land. These benefits allowed him to have limitless potential. It had only taken him 7 years to go from the lowest level warrior to someone who shocked the whole Nanyang continent, who would dare to look down on his potential. Fortune is variant. Since you've said so much, I will wait for you. A cruel light flashed in Jiu Xiu's eyes. These simple words were a direct challenge. After that, Jiu Xiu's consciousness vanished from the puppet fighter. Just before vanishing, he smiled and said, "By the way, I almost forgot to tell you. Your mother has really missed you all these years." Huh. His consciousness vanished, and his puppet fighter immediately fell down powerlessly. Jian Wushuang was shivering with fury, but the light in his eyes was determined and strong. "I promise I will go to the divine land. Jiuxiu, wait and see." Up in the air, it took Jian Wushuang quite a while to calm himself down, at which point he turned towards the experts of Holy Emperor Palace. At that very moment, all the experts of Holy Emperor Palace, including those two holy masters, looked pale. No one expected Jiuxiu to be forced to give up his puppet fighter, but even though it was strong, it could do nothing to Jian Wushuang. That meant Holy Emperor Palace had also been abandoned. To Jiuxiu, Holy Emperor Palace was just a pawn, so he didn't care about them at all. When Jian Wushuang looked at them, eyes full of killing intent, First Holy Master was terrified and trembled. He took a deep breath, then shouted, "Elders of Holy Emperor Palace!" They turned to face First Holy Master. "Run, even if only a few of you can escape." Then he looked at Second Holy Master, and they both rushed towards Jian Wushuang. Not only were these experts shocked and stunned, they also looked pale. But only a few of them chose to run away. Most of them followed behind the two holy masters and rushed towards Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang had no mercy on them at all. He had easily defeated all four holy masters without using his full strength. Now that he was no longer holding back his full strength, regardless of whether it was First Holy Master, Second Holy Master, or the other Saint Realm experts, no one could stop him killing them all. A massacre. Ruthless slaughter. Blood sprayed everywhere, filling the air, and a chilling atmosphere surrounded Holy Emperor Palace. The massacre lasted for 2 hours, after which Holy Emperor Palace quieted down. Jian Wushuang, bearing the long sword on his back, walked out of the Holy Emperor Palace with no sign of his furious aura remaining. In the surrounding area, many experts looked at him, filled with terror, fear, admiration, and even worship. It had been 2 stunning hours to them, but it was a nightmare for Holy Emperor Palace. Holy Emperor Palace became a demonic hell during those 2 hours. After the battle, all 4 holy masters had been killed. The palace master and many elders had also been killed by Jian Wushuang. Only a few of the senior experts managed to run away and survive. As for the disciples of Holy Emperor Palace, Jian Wushuang only killed those who decided to live or die together with Holy Emperor Palace. As of now, Holy Emperor Palace, which had been an overlord on the Nanyang continent for thousands of years, had been destroyed. Chapter 370, Meeting Lung Rushuang Again. Chapter 370, Meeting Lung Rushuang Again. Inside an exquisite courtyard, Jian Wushuang sat at a stone table with Wang Yuan and Yang Zaishuan. Even though he had already destroyed Holy Emperor Palace, the expression on his face was still quite cold. Holy Emperor Palace was just a puppet sect, controlled by Jiuxiu and the force behind him. They were Jian Wushuang's real target. However, he had a long way to go. "Big brother, second brother, drink a little wine with me." Jian Wushuang turned his hand over. Then a wine pot and several cups appeared on the table. "This wine isn't 3-day drunk again, is it?" asked Wang Yuan a little crossly. Jian Wushuang was stunned at first, but then he smiled. That smile broke the ice. After a drink, Wang Yuan looked at Jian Wushuang and asked, "Third bro, now that Holy Emperor Palace has been destroyed, what do you plan to do next?" "I want to go to the Divine Land," Jian Wushuang said. Both Wang Yuan and Yang Zaishuan were surprised. "The vast Divine Land," exclaimed Wang Yuan. He had just heard of the Divine Land from his father. The Divine Land has a lot of experts, and Saint Realm experts are normal in the Divine Land. Compared with the Divine Land, the Nanyang continent is just a tiny area. but I believe third brother will be able to accomplish big things there. Jian Wushuang softly smiled at him. The Divine Land is a haven for experts. Even my master wants to go there. I plan to go as soon as I reach the Saint Realm. Yang Zishuan said seriously. You too, Wang Yuan had a sad smile while listening to them. Both of you have high talent, so it's easy for you to reach the Saint Realm. However, with my strength, it will be hard for me to go there. Wang Yuan's talent in cultivation was not as strong as the other three, but his talent in alchemy was exceptional. By the way, what about fourth sister? Jian Wushuang suddenly asked. Both Wang Yuan and Yang Zishuan came here when they heard that he was going to destroy Holy Emperor Palace, but he didn't see Su Rou. Both Wang Yuan and Yang Zishuan remained silent. What's wrong? Jian Wushuang frowned. The thing is, Wang Yuan said, not long after your fight against Second Holy Master, an old woman came to her saying that she was her family and she would take her home. Family. Jian Wushuang was surprised. She had a family at one time, but hadn't her family been killed? I didn't believe her at first, but the old woman was able to turn her pupils red, just like fourth sister, said Wang Yuan. Blood-red pupils. Jian Wushuang raised his eyebrows. Yes, the old woman is unfathomable, and fourth sister said she felt close to the elder, as if they were family. So she agreed to go with her, said Wang Yuan. Is that it? Jian Wushuang nodded secretly. Fourth sister's physique is unique. If the elder said she was her family, it must be because of her physique. Jian Wushuang, Wang Yuan, and Yang Zishuan were chatting. Suddenly, Jian Wushuang. A gentle voice echoed throughout the area, and Jian Wushuang heard it. Right away, the three of them went outside, where a white-bearded elder was floating and waiting. His mild face was smiling, and his eyes lit up like a starry sky. Jian Wushuang was stunned upon seeing him. He was sure that he hadn't met this elder before, but he felt like the elder was close and unfathomable. May I know who you are? Jian Wushuang looked at him and asked respectfully. My last name is Gu. I have come to you under Our Lady's order, answered the elder. Lady. Jian Wushuang was curious. Her last name is Lung. That might help you remember, the white-bearded elder said while smiling. Jian Wushuang understood immediately. Lung, that should be Lung Rushuang and Lung Rushue. Our Lady needs your help, so I hope that you can take a trip with me, the white-bearded elder said. Sure. Jian Wushuang nodded. He owed Lung Rushuang a favor, so he should pay her back. Please follow me, said the white-bearded elder. Jian Wushuang said goodbye to Wang Yuan and Yang Zishuan, and then followed after him. In the nature residence, Tang Dynasty, Jian Wushuang was familiar with it. After all, he had lived here for 1 month. In front of a bamboo house, a cold beauty, Lung Rushuang, sat on a bamboo chair. A nifty young girl, Lung Rushuang's sister, Lung Rushue, stood beside her. When she saw Jian Wushuang walking towards them, Lung Rushue smiled and said, Brother, you have come. Jian Wushuang. Lung Rushuang looked at Jian Wushuang and said, It hasn't been long, yet you have reached divine transcendence and even destroyed the overlord of Nanyang, Holy Emperor Palace. Amazing. You flatter me. May I know why you invited me here? Jian Wushuang said modestly, I need your help. After saying that, Lung Rushuang glanced at Lung Rushue. Lung Rushue was a clever girl, so she stuck her tongue out and then left. Only Jian Wushuang and Lung Rushuang remained. Please sit down. Lung Rushuang waved her hand and a bamboo chair appeared. Jian Wushuang sat down. There is a poison called icy heart poison in my body. Looking at Jian Wushuang, Lung Rushuang said openly, The poison is closely related to my cultivation method and my body. I have tried many different methods, but I failed to detoxify it, so I used a special method to seal it. However, I was unable to seal it completely. Even now, there is still a small amount of poison remaining in my body that I can do nothing about. Icy heart poison. Jian Wushuang was shocked to his core. He had never heard of this poison, but it should be an abnormal poison if an expert like Lung Rushuang couldn't deal with it. If you can't do anything, even with your power, how can I be of help? Jian Wushuang asked. Chapter 371, Icy Heart Poison. Chapter 371, Icy Heart Poison. I once tried to cure you with icy heart force when you were chased by Tan Feng and mortally wounded. However, as soon as the icy heart force entered your body, it was devoured by a more powerful force. Lung Rushuang looked at Jian Wushuang and said. Jian Wushuang stared at her. Surely it was because of heavenly creation skill. At that point, I realized that your cultivation method was extraordinary. Lung Rushuang said coldly, since it can devour icy heart force, I suspect that it may also work on the icy heart poison that is formed by the icy heart force. You mean you want me to drive the icy heart poison out of your body? Jian Wushuang frowned. Yes. Lung Rushuang nodded. The idea occurred to me when I realized you have an extraordinary cultivation method, but you were not strong enough at the time. Now that you have reached the Saint Realm, I think you can do it. What should I do? Jian Wushuang asked. Instead of answering him, Lung Rushuang extended her hand and rolled up her sleeve, showing him her white arm. There was a piece of milky white skin near her shoulder. The ghostly skin was a hideous white, just like a bone. Lung Rushuang raised her head and looked at Jian Wushuang. You just need to use your cultivation method and force it out my arm. That's it. Jian Wushuang was surprised. Of course not, Lung Rushuang said. Icy heart poison is the strongest poison known to man. An ordinary person will die if they even touch it, but you need to absorb it into your own body and then refine it, which means my icy heart poison will be transferred to you. Your cultivation method is strange. It easily devoured my icy heart force, so it should be able to refine the icy heart poison as well. However, this is just a guess, so I'm not sure. Once you begin, if you can't refine the icy heart poison, you will die. Jian Wushuang was astounded. He had just asked if it was simple, but now he realized it wasn't simple at all. He was walking the path to hell. If he was even slightly careless, or if he couldn't refine the icy heart poison, the only thing awaiting him was death. With that said, you should take this time and carefully think about whether you're willing to try. If you don't want to help me, I will not force you, Lung Rushuang said. I don't need to think about it, I'll do it. Jian Wushuang didn't hesitate. Are you sure? Lung Rushuang looked at Jian Wushuang in surprise. It was dangerous, and no one knew what would happen. Anyone else would have taken time to think about it, but he didn't even frown. I'm sure, Jian Wushuang said with a laugh. He was confident because of his cultivation method. The heavenly creation skill had never disappointed him. Moreover, he owes Lung Rushuang a favor. Let's start, Jian Wushuang urged. Lung Rushuang took a deep look at Jian Wushuang and nodded. Jian Wushuang immediately began to circulate the heavenly creation skill. Spiritual power gathered in his palm and then spread out to cover the ghostly white skin on Lung Rushuang's arm. The instant his spiritual power came into contact with her skin, Jian Wushuang felt a white energy wiggling around like billions of worms. This white energy was the icy heart poison. What a frightening poison! Seeing the white energy, Jian Wushuang couldn't help feeling terrified. He had some minor experience with poison in the past, but compared with the icy heart poison, they were insignificant. The terrifying, ice-cold white energy in Lung Rushuang's arm was slowly spreading. Jian Wushuang believed that even a little bit of this white energy could easily freeze a Saint Realm expert and turn them into powder. It was just a tiny portion of the icy heart poison. Most of it had been sealed by Lung Rushuang. "Be careful," reminded Lung Rushuang. It made Jian Wushuang feel strange. He thought of Lung Rushuang as someone who was always cold as ice. But today, perhaps because he was willing to help her, Lung Rushuang was treating him much better. Jian Wushuang took a deep breath, then concentrated on the white energy. He began circulating his spiritual power according to the heavenly creation skill, while slowly moving towards the white energy. As soon as they made contact with each other, it was like his spiritual power took a bite of the white energy and swallowed it. It was only a small portion, about the size of a fingernail. However, when it entered Jian Wushuang's body, he immediately felt as if his body was frozen. For a moment, even his breathing and his heartbeat stopped. "Refine. Hurry, refine it." Jian Wushuang quickly circulated the heavenly creation skill, and a surge of spiritual power rushed towards the icy heart poison. Fortunately, the heavenly creation skill did not let him down. The icy heart poison was tyrannical, but the heavenly creation skill was even more domineering. Although the icy heart poison in his body fought back violently, it was quickly suppressed before eventually being refined. Did it work? Lung Rushuang stared at Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang opened his eyes and winked at Lung Rushuang as a smile spreading across his face. A moment later, Jian Wushuang carefully extended his hand. There was a drop of ghostly white liquid floating in his palm. This was the refined icy heart poison. Jian Wushuang flipped over his other hand and took out a jade bottle, then dropped white liquid into the bottle. However, as soon as it entered the bottle, bang, the jade bottle exploded. His mouth spasmed. That jade bottle was made of spiritual jade. Not only was it valuable, it was also the highest quality bottle he owned. However, it could not endure the terrifying coldness that radiated from the poison. "Use this one." Lung Rushuang flipped her hand over and took out a transparent jade bottle, then handed it to Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang raised his eyebrows and accepted it. This time, when he dropped the white liquid into the jade bottle, nothing happened. Seeing that, a twinkle flashed in his eyes. "A good bottle." Jian Wushuang broke into a smile. Chapter 372. Setting Off to Divine Land. Chapter 372. Setting Off to Divine Land. This was definitely something good. Since icy heart poison was virulent, the venom refined from it should be useful. "Go on," said Lung Rushuang. Jian Wushuang nodded and then continued devouring and refining the icy heart poison from Lung Rushuang's arm. After gaining experience from the first time, the subsequent attempts were much easier. Half a day passed in the blink of an eye. 12 drops. After the last drop fell into the jade bottle, a smile broke out on Jian Wushuang's face. The last of the icy heart poison in Lung Rushuang's arm had finally been refined, and her arm was getting much better as well. "Thank you," said Lung Rushuang as she pulled down her sleeve. Jian Wushuang shrugged and smiled, then said, "I can only refine the icy heart poison that leaked out. There is nothing I can do about the poison that is sealed." "I understand." Lung Rushuang nodded. Then she flipped her hand over, took out a jade slip, and said, "Take this. If you are in danger, break it and I will try my best to help you." "Oh." Jian Wushuang was curious, but he didn't take it. "The icy heart poison in my body is still leaking, so I might need to ask for your help again. I don't want you to die before then." Jian Wushuang smiled and took it. "I'm leaving." Jian Wushuang didn't need to stay any longer, since he had already refined Lung Rushuang's icy heart poison. He left the nature residence. After leaving, he went directly to the Tianzong dynasty. He would be leaving Nanyang continent to go to the Divine Land soon. Before that, he had a lot of things to do. In the imperial palace of the Tianzong dynasty, a black figure appeared in the air over the palace, surrounded by a transcendent aura. "Are you Jian Wushuang?" A mild voice was heard, then a red-robed man appeared. Following him was the monarch of Tianzong dynasty, Di Shi. "Hong Shuzi." Jian Wushuang looked at him calmly. Jian Wushuang recognized him. He was the founding emperor of the Tianzong dynasty and the creator of the formless sword art. "Di Shi," Jian Wushuang greeted him. Di Shi bowed slightly to Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang destroyed Holy Emperor Palace on his own. It had spread throughout the Nanyang continent, with both Hong Shuzi and Di Shi hearing about it. The Jian Wushuang of today was no longer the callow boy of the past. Now he was recognized as a powerful force on the Nanyang continent. Even it was them. They behaved gingerly while facing Jian Wushuang. "Seniors, I have come today to ask for a favor. Would you be willing to take care of Sword Marquee Mansion for me?" Jian Wushuang asked directly. "Take care of Sword Marquee Mansion?" Hong Shuzi realized. "You're going to the Divine Land, aren't you?" "Yes." Jian Wushuang nodded. Then he reached out and handed him an interspatial ring. "The assets in the ring are for you." Hong Shuzi took it and said smilingly, "Rest assured, the Tianzong dynasty will protect Sword Marquee Mansion." "Thank you. If something happens that you can't handle, please send a message to the young master of the alchemy school, Wang Yuan," Jian Wushuang said. After saying that, Jian Wushuang left. Next, he went to Dragon Palace. Dragon Palace was the same as before. To Jian Wushuang's huge relief, Palace Master White, who left Dragon Palace to help him deal with Blood Feather Tower, went back to Dragon Palace and took back her palace master position again after Blood Feather Tower was destroyed. Dragon Palace was still the holy place for cultivators in Tianzong dynasty. In a branch of the gladiator arena in Tianan province, a white-robed, middle-aged man was reading a thread-bound book in a study room. He was one of the 2 men in charge of the branch of gladiator arena in Tianan province. "Dung! Dung!" Someone knocked, and then a golden-robed servant walked in. "Lord Supervisor, someone sent you an interspatial ring." The golden-robed servant respectfully gave it to him. "Oh!" The white-robed gentleman raised his eyebrows and took the ring, but his eyes opened widely after glancing at the contents. It's a purple fire body shaping elixir." The middle-aged man was shocked. He subconsciously touched his armless sleeve. This purple fire body shaping elixir could reform his missing arm. Was it him? The middle-aged gentleman raised his head, showing his handsome face with a smile on his mouth. The gentleman was someone who had once helped Jian Wushuang immensely by Chong. He lost an arm while holding back the assassins from Blood Feather Tower for Jian Wushuang. Now, Jian Wushuang had repaid his kindness with a purple fire body shaping elixir and some highly sought-after treasures for people in the Yin-Yang Void Realm. Jian Wushuang's next stop was Sword Marquee Mansion. It was in midnight, and the Sword Marquee Mansion was quiet. Jian Wushuang wandered through the mansion alone, looking at the familiar surroundings. He saw the sword pavilion where he once lived. He wandered around all night, alone and unnoticed, until the next morning. When the sun finally began to rise, he departed. Inside the alchemy school, Jian Wushuang, Wang Yuan, and Yang Zaishuan had gathered together. "Haha, third bro. Today we won't stop drinking until we're drunk," Wang Yuan said and laughed. "Good luck. I will go there and look for you soon." Yang Zaishuan looked at Jian Wushuang. "Okay, cheers." Jian Wushuang raised his glass. The 3 brothers continued to drink for 1 whole day and night. 2 days later, all the arrangements had finally been completed. At the very edge of the Nanyang continent near the Endless Sea. Now that Sword Marquee Mansion is in order, I have nothing left to worry about. So, standing at the shore, Jian Wushuang looked out at the Endless Sea in front of him. The Divine Land. It lies at the very center of this sea, the land of experts. At its peak, the bloodline of Sword Ancestor was an overlord of the Divine Land. Father also went to the Divine Land. Jian Wushuang's eyes were full of excitement and expectation. Without any hesitation, he flew directly towards the endless sea. Chapter 373, Jika Waters. Chapter 373, Jika Waters. Divine Land, located at the center of the world, known as the Land of Experts. It's much more vast than the Nanyang continent, with many more experts as well. But life here is even harder than in Nanyang. The clear sky was as pure as a porcelain plate. However, under such a clear sky, a fierce fight was taking place on a piece of land near the boundless sea. Lei Yin, take Miss Lonner and escape. We'll hold them off. Run now. A desperate roar resounded through the air. On the side the roar came from, there were 4 guards and a cyan-dressed lady who was somewhat pretty. She seemed to possess a bit of a heroic spirit as she tightly gripped her aquamarine longsword. On the other side was a group of black-robed men, all wearing black masks. From the looks of it, there were dozens of them, all with a strong aura, especially the leader, who was a half-saint. At this moment, 3 of the guards swallowed an elixir that could temporarily double their strength at the cost of their lives, attempting to hold off all the black-robed men. But, unfortunately, some of their enemies managed to break through and chase after the lady and the guard. You won't be able to escape. The killing intent of the half-saint leading them continued to surge forward. The lady and the guard, a burly middle-aged man with purple hair, had a grave look on their faces as they tried to escape. Damn, we're just out on an ordinary trip. Why are we being targeted? We didn't do anything to draw attention, did we? Who are these black-robed men, and who sent them? The purple-haired man roared, with a twisted expression on his face. As for the lady, though she looked pale, she managed to stay calm. Few in my family knew my whereabouts. Among those who were informed about this trip, the only one that might try to kill me is her, the lady said in a cold tone. Miss, you believe she ordered these men to kill us? The purple-haired man asked with a stunned look on his face. She is the only one who desperately wants me dead, said the lady. Damn. The purple-haired man was livid and clenched his fists. We're still far from our residence, and we're slower than these guys, so we'll probably be killed before we make it back. There's no way we will survive if we keep rushing towards home, the lady pondered while glancing around. Finally, her eyes fell on the sea in the distance. Right now, there is only one way can save ourselves, the lady said with a glint of frenzy in her eyes. Uncle Lei, follow me. Having said that, the lady headed towards the sea. Miss, what do you? The purple-haired man was confused, but he quickly understood her intent. He gritted his teeth and followed her. They quickly appeared above the sea and continued rushing forward. Ahead of them, as far as they could see, was a sky covered with dark clouds, being lit up by thunder and lightning. Is that place Jika Waters? The half-saint among the black-robed men that were chasing them narrowed his eyes sharply. In this world, there were many dangerous places formed by nature. Jika Waters was one of such places in the Divine Land, but it was more like a prison than a region, as the vast Divine Land was encased by it. Any expert that wanted to leave or enter the Divine Land had to pass through Jika Waters first. However, not everyone could make it through. The Jika Waters was so dangerous that normally an expert below the Saint Realm had no chance to break through it. They are escaping to the Jika Waters. The black-robed men's expressions all changed. The Jika Waters was a forbidden area to them since they were only in the Yang Void Realm. If they entered the region, they would almost definitely die. With no chance of surviving the chase, the lady and the purple-haired man chose to test their luck in the Jika Waters. It was the best choice they could make right now. After them, don't let them enter the waters, the half-saint ordered grimly, coldness shining in his eyes as he began moving faster. Yet, before the lady and the purple-haired man could enter the waters, something strange suddenly happened. The clouds that covered the Jika waters began to separate at an amazing speed. The whole region seemed like it was being split from the center, along with the disappearance of the clouds and lighting. Where the clouds had parted, an unblocked path led directly to a black figure who was drawing closer slowly. The lady and the black-robed men were all startled. This man walked out of the waters. One black-robed man shouted, "The Jika waters are full of danger, but he safely broke through it by simply splitting the clouds. He's at least in the Saint Realm. This is the Divine Land." Jian Wushuang, the black-dressed figure carrying a long sword on his back, exited the Jika waters. Starting from the Nanyang continent, he had crossed 3 continents and finally arrived at the Divine Land. It had taken him a year and 3 months. Standing up in the air, Jian Wushuang looked around, gaining a sense of the surroundings. The spiritual qi here is so pure. That was his first impression of the Divine Land. The spiritual power in the Divine Land was 10 times richer than the Nanyang continent. This land was indeed the core of the world. No wonder it was home to so many top experts. The resources here were incomparable to that of the Nanyang continent. In the next instant, Jian Wushuang noticed the lady and the others standing in front of him. People of the Divine Land. Looking at them, Jian Wushuang smirked. Chapter 374. The Lin Family of the Iron Saber Territory. Chapter 374. The Lin Family of the Iron Saber Territory. When Jian Wushuang looked at the lady and the others, they stared back at him. This man parted the clouds and made his way here. He must be an expert of the Saint Realm, probably a newcomer from outside of the continent. If he was willing to help, there would be no need for me to risk going into the waters. An idea quickly crossed the lady's mind. She stepped forward and said to Jian Wushuang, "I'm Linlon from the Lin family. Please help me, and we shall be greatly appreciative." Her words dazed the black-robed men, and they immediately looked toward Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang frowned. His rich experience told him that the lady and the man with her were being chased. They currently had no other way to save themselves besides asking him for help. The Lin family? Jian Wushuang showed a pondering smile. "Since I just arrived in this land, I will need a place to stay. Perhaps the Lin family would be a good choice." Having made up his mind, Jian Wushuang cast cold look towards the black-robed men. "Do you guys want to leave on your own, or do you want me to make you leave?" Jian Wushuang said indifferently to them. Under the masks, the black-robed men's faces became gloomy. "Sir, you have nothing to do with our matters. You don't necessarily have to get yourself involved." The half-saint who was leading them frowned and said, "Yes, you're right, but I simply don't like you," Jian Wushuang said directly. What he said was true. He felt disgusted by what those men were wearing. Their black robes and masks reminded him of Blood Feather Tower. They were dressed exactly the same as the assassins from Blood Feather Tower. "Sir," the leader tried to say something else. However, Jian Wushuang stopped him, then lifted 3 fingers and said, "I'll count to 3. Leave before then or stay here forever." 1. Jian Wushuang's emotionless voice reverberated through the air. All the black-robed men were filled with rage and despair. Although they had the advantage in numbers, they still might die with a single stroke from the man standing in front of them. He had walked out of the Jika waters and was above the Saint Realm, whereas they were only at the peak of the Yangvoid realm. 2. Jian Wushuang continued. "Let's go," the leading black-robed man ordered. No matter how reluctant they were, they had to leave. "Thanks for your help, sir. I'll remember this. May I have your name?" the lady asked after black-robed men left. "Swordsman," said Jian Wushuang, still choosing to use this pseudonym. "Swordsman." Lin Lan smiled and continued, "If I'm not mistaken, you're from outside of the continent, and it's your first time visiting the Divine Land." "You're right." Jian Wushuang nodded. "The Divine Land is vast, yet dangerous. Since it's your first visit, I guess you don't have a place to stay yet. If you don't mind, you can follow me to my family. Though it's not big, it still holds a place in Iron Saber territory, and you'll be our distinguished guest there. What do you say?" Lin Lan asked. "Oh." Jian Wushuang blinked. Her idea appealed to him. He was a newcomer in the Divine Land, and what he needed was exactly that, a place to stay while he found his footing so he could make future plans. Jian Wushuang took her advice, following her and Lei Yun to their home. As soon as they arrived, a lot of people from the Lin family came out to meet them, with a slender elder leading them. Catching sight of the elder, Jian Wushuang was a bit surprised. A Saint Realm expert. The elder came up to the gate, but when he saw Lin Lan, a strange expression appeared on his face, followed by a gentle smile. Then he said, "Miss, you're back." "Uncle Zong," Lin Lan replied to him with a cold look. "Why is it only you and Lei Yun? Where are Lei Hao and the others?" the slender elder Lin Zong asked in confusion. There, Lin Lan's expression changed a bit. "We encountered an attack during our trip. They were killed by the attackers while protecting Miss," Lei Yun said in a low voice. "What?" Lin Zong appeared surprised and then angrily growled. "Who the hell attacked you? How dare they?" "Uncle Zong, do you really have no idea who those guys were?" Lin Lan glanced at Lin Zong and asked coldly, "How could I know that?" Lin Zong answered while shaking his head. Then he smiled gently and continued, "Luckily you made it back safely, even though Lei Hao and the other two were not as lucky." After saying this, he headed inside the house. Following behind Lin Lan, Jian Wushuang sensed something fishy about the discussion, but he kept silent. "Well, this friend is—" Lin Zong looked toward Jian Wushuang. "He is swordsman," Lin Lan replied. "Without him, I wouldn't have survived the attack." "Swordsman? Never heard of him." Lin Zong raised his eyebrows. "Of course, you couldn't have heard of him since he just arrived here from outside of the continent," Lin Lan explained. "Oh, I see." Lin Zong smiled silently, then said, "Since you've saved our miss, sir, come on in with me." "Thanks," Jian Wushuang said and nodded, but snorted inwardly. A moment earlier, when Lin Zong stared at him, Jian Wushuang caught a gloomy glint in his eyes. From this, Jian Wushuang could tell that Lin Zong must have had something to do with the attack. The moment Jian Wushuang stepped into the mansion, he sensed the obscure aura of 7 experts in the Saint Realm. Plus Lin Zong, there was a total 8 Saint Realm experts in the Lin family. The Divine Land is indeed a place of experts. Even in an ordinary family, there are so many Saint Realm experts. Jian Wushuang gasped inwardly in admiration. Experts of the Saint Realm were rare in the Nanyang continent. They were also the strongest. But in Divine Land, they were nothing special. The first family Jian Wushuang met had 8 of them, no less than the number in a top sect from Nanyang. Jian Wushuang followed Lei Yun to a yard. "Mr. Swordsman, Miss Lonner told me to give you this. She thought you might need it." Lei Yun gave Jian Wushuang an interspatial ring. "Thanks." Jian Wushuang accepted the ring and began to read the information contained in it about the Divine Land. Chapter 375, 9 Realms and 81 Domains. Chapter 375, 9 Realms and 81 Domains. It took Jian Wushuang half a day to read all the information, and he could not help gasping in admiration. The Divine Land really is great. Nanyang continent is no match for it. The vast Divine Land was full of experts in the Yin-Yang Void Realm, with a good amount of experts in the Saint Realm. Moreover, the division of the 2 places was totally different. In the Nanyang continent, there were sects and dynasties Together they constituted the continent. However, the Divine Land had neither of those. Instead, it had factions led by top experts and families of different sizes. The Lin family, where Jian Wushuang was currently staying, was a medium-sized family in the Iron Saber territory. The territory was large, and Jian Wushuang reckoned that it was as vast as the whole Nanyang continent. In this territory, there were 6 large families, dozens of medium-sized families, and countless small families. In Jian Wushuang's mind, there had to be many more Saint Realm experts in the 6 large families than in a medium-sized family like the Lin family that already possessed 8 such experts. Besides that, there was also a supreme lord who could command everyone in the territory, even the 6 large families, and was said to be an expert above the peak of the Saint Realm. In the Divine Land, one territory is as insignificant as a small empire in Nanyang continent, but its lord is an expert above the Saint Realm. How amazing! Jian Wushuang praised it. It was clearly written in what he read. The vast Divine Land was filled with countless territories like the Iron Saber territory. In his eyes, even one territory in the Divine Land was as large as the whole Nanyang continent. Therefore, the scale of the Divine Land was countless times larger than the Nanyang continent. Too vast. The Divine Land is too damn vast. Jian Wushuang couldn't suppress his shock. In the Divine Land, territory was indeed the smallest scale. Above that was the domain, and above the domain was the realm. In total, there were 9 realms and 81 domains. All the domains and realms were under the top experts' control, and those people were addressed as the 9 sovereigns and the 81 marquis. Each king controlled one realm. Each marquis controlled one domain that contained dozens and even hundreds of territories. In addition to the 9 sovereigns and 81 marquis, the Divine Land was also home to 3 supreme experts, known as the 3 ancestors. Individually, they were known as the Holy Ancestor, the Spirit Ancestor, and the Stone Ancestor. The 3 were regarded as people of supremacy, and their factions made up the 3 hegemons. 3 ancestors. While reading through the information on the ancestors, a complex feeling filled Jian Wushuang. He was a descendant of the Sword Ancestor's bloodline. At his peak, the Sword Ancestor was on an equal footing with the 3 ancestors. His bloodline was once an overlord in the Divine Land, but after his death, due to an unknown reason, his bloodline lost its strongest support and was eliminated by another overlord. The other overlord was among the 3 ancestors, who are now the 3 ancestors who stand at the top in the Divine Land. Jiao Xiao was right. Jian Wushuang looked serious. I was the strongest person in the Nanyang continent, but in the Divine Land, I'm nothing. Knowing that even the lord of a territory was above the Saint Realm, he couldn't imagine how strong the 9 sovereigns and 81 marquis were. Also, how strong are the 3 ancestors? Looks like my cultivation still has a long way to go. Jian Wushuang smiled faintly but was not discouraged. No one was born to be an expert. Only difficulties and hardships could create a strong person. As Jian Wushuang continued studying the information, he heard a boom. An energy wave suddenly rose from the direction of the mansion, causing a stir in the Lin family. It's Lei Yin, standing by Jian Wushuang, was surprised when he felt the energy fluctuation. What's wrong? Jian Wushuang looked in the direction of the boom. It's Miss Lonner trying to break through again. Lei Yin looked terrible. Jian Wushuang gave him a curious expression. Isn't a breakthrough considered a good thing? Even if she fails, she can gain more experience for the next breakthrough. It does no harm at all. Mr. Swordsman, you may not know this, but Miss Lonner is different from others. A breakthrough is a good thing to others, but a disaster to her, Lei Yun explained. A disaster? Jian Wushuang was astonished. I'll tell you later. I have to find Miss Lonner first. After saying this, Lei Yun rushed towards the energy wave. Jian Wushuang stood up, but his expression was weird. A breakthrough, a good chance to others, but a disaster to her. I'd like to see what kind of disaster it could be. He immediately flew towards the energy wave, filled with curiosity. When he arrived above Lin Lan's yard, the energy wave had already subsided. Besides Lei Yun and him, there were also many experts and disciples of the Lin family watching as well. They stared at Lin Lan with a pitying look. Jian Wushuang looked toward Lin Lan as well, but when he saw her terrible state, he was shocked. He noticed that her aura was weakening. Yes, it was weakening. She failed the breakthrough. But even worse than that, her aura started weakening, and her realm was regressing. When he first met her at Jukka Waters, she was in the initial Yang Void realm, but due to her unsuccessful breakthrough this time, she fell back to the peak of the Yin Void realm, then the exceptional Yin Void realm, before finally stopping in the profound Yin Void realm. It was not until this moment that her breathing calmed down. An unsuccessful breakthrough results in a falling back 3 levels. Jian Wushuang was really horrified. He had never heard or seen such a thing. Unbelievable. Chapter 376, The Fallen Genius. Chapter 376, The Fallen Genius. In the air above the yard, many members of the Lin family were watching and gasping as Lin Lan fell to the profound Yin Void realm from the initial Yang Void realm. Sure enough, Miss Lanner is weaker than before. Even worse, she fell back 3 levels this time. Tisk tisk, she might be the only in the whole divine land who becomes much weaker because of a breakthrough. Who would have thought that the most peerless genius of the Lin family to appear in 100 years would fall into such a miserable situation in only short 2 years? I heard that Master has decided to marry her to Luo Hai, the great elder son. Luo Hai, that notorious playboy? The same discussion about the girl could be heard from every direction. Standing in the air, Jian Wushuang and Lei Yun didn't miss any single word of those undisguised comments. Lei Yun looked grave and quivered. He seemed to be controlling his anger. As for Jian Wushuang, he wore an odd expression while listening to the comments. In the yard, Lin Lan's breath slowly settled down. However, she was trembling, her face twisted, and her eyes said that she wouldn't take her defeat lying down. She wanted to howl and lash out, but she finally suppressed the desire. Gnashing her teeth, she headed to her room with her head down. Let's go back too. The people up in the air sighed and left. Soon, only Jian Wushuang and Lei Yun still remained. Lei Yun, what's wrong with your miss? Jian Wushuang frowned and asked. He had never heard of someone falling back 3 levels after an unsuccessful breakthrough. Lei Yun showed a complex expression and sighed after a long while. It's a long story. I'm not in a hurry. Let's get down first, Jian Wushuang said. He was really curious about it. After they returned to Jian Wushuang's yard and took seats by a stone table, face to face, Lei Yun started to tell the story. Mr. Swordsman, you might not know, but Miss Lanner was the #1 genius in our family 2 years ago. The #1 genius? Jian Wushuang was dazed. How could the #1 genius end up like this? Miss Lanner was extremely gifted. She started cultivating at 6 and condensed her primordial gold core at 10. At 14, she reached the Yin-Yang Void realm, Lei Yun continued. Upon hearing this, Jian Wushuang was even more dazed. She started cultivating at 6, condensed her primordial gold core at 10, and reached the Yin-Yang Void realm at 14. Is she really a human? In a small empire of the Nanyang continent, condensing a primordial gold core at 20 made someone an absolute genius. Reaching the Yin-Yang Void realm by 30 was considered an achievement that only top geniuses were capable of. Like Jian Wushuang himself, he was recognized as a top genius, but even he condensed his primordial gold core at 17. In respect to this, he could not hold a candle to Lin Lan. Condensing a primordial gold core at 10 was an impossible thing in the Nanyang continent. Richly endowed by nature, the Divine Land provides much better resources to warriors than the Nanyang continent, where kids start cultivating at 12. However, in the Divine Land, they start cultivating at a much younger age, some even as early as 6. Jian Wushuang sighed inwardly. The difference between the two lands was like heaven and earth. After reaching the Yin-Yang Void Realm at 14, Miss Lawner continued making progress at an amazing speed. When she was 18, she reached the peak of the Yang Void Realm and was only a step away from the Saint Realm, Lei Yun added. At that time, she was the most talented person in our family, as well as the whole Iron Saber territory. She was respected by everyone and was an example to the youngsters. But everything changed when she was 18. That year, she suffered an attack from a black-robed man in the Saint Realm while she was outside tempering herself. The man was stronger, so she was no match for him. He caught her, but not to kill her. Instead, he poisoned her with some kind of witch poison. Which poison? Jian Wushuang was curious. Yes, a very special kind of witch poison. It took root in her body and only attacks when she tries to break through a bottleneck. As a result, she always fails to break through, and her cultivation even regresses. Lei Yun's voice became low. It has been 2 years since she was poisoned. During this period of time, she has tried to break through 3 times. In her first attempt, she tried to reach the Saint Realm from the peak of the Yang Void Realm, but she failed and fell back 1 level, to the exceptional Yang Void Realm. In the second attempt, 1 year ago, she struggled to return to the peak of the Yang Void Realm, but still failed. That time, she fell behind 2 levels, back to the initial Yang Void Realm. Today, she made her 3rd attempt, but just as you saw, she fell back 3 levels. During these 2 years, falling from the peak of the Yang Void Realm to the profound Yin Void Realm, Miss Lawner has experienced falling from the highest point in her life to the lowest. Hearing those words, Jian Wushuang couldn't help but be moved. How could the number 1 genius of the Lin family become what she is now just because of a witch poison? Can't she get rid of that poison? Jian Wushuang asked. It's quite difficult. Lei Yun shook his head and continued. After she was initially poisoned, she was still a peerless genius in our family and was highly favored. We asked several experts and alchemists for help at a high cost in an attempt to clear the poison from her body, but it didn't work out. We even managed to have her treated by an expert at the pinnacle of the Saint Realm, but there was still nothing the expert could do. Oh, Jian Wushuang raised his eyebrows. In fact, if Miss Lawner hadn't tried to make a breakthrough, the poison wouldn't have been activated. In such a case, though she might not enhance her strength, she could avoid a regressing. Alas, she was too stubborn. Lei Yun let out a sigh. She was not reconciled to be stuck at the peak of the Yang Void Realm. Therefore, although she knew that her cultivation might regress if she tried to break through, she never gave up trying. She took every chance she had during the past 2 years, and she tried 3 times. Even now, she is still persistent. Chapter 377, Let's Compete. Chapter 377, Let's Compete. After hearing this, Jian Wushuang couldn't help sighing. A peerless genius with unlimited potential could not improve her strength and even became weaker just because of this witch poison. No matter who it was, they would not accept this destiny. 2 years ago, when Miss Lawner was still the top genius, the Lin family regarded her as a treasure. But in the past 2 years, her position in the family has become lower and lower. Even the master slowly became indifferent to her. Not long ago, in order to make a connection with the Luo family, the Lin family even decided to marry Miss Lawner to Luo Hai, Lei Yun continued. That Luo Hai, however, is a famous playboy who acts in a tyrannical manner by virtue of his father's position as the great elder of the Luo family. He is notorious in the entire Iron Saber territory, and I've heard that he already has 3 wives and 9 concubines. It will really be a tragedy if Miss Lonner has to marry him. Your lady, even if her strength has regressed, is still your lord's daughter. Is your lord willing to marry her to Luo Hai? Jian Wushuang asked in surprise. Why wouldn't he be willing? Lei Yuan shook his head and smiled bitterly. Our master cultivates throughout the year. Most family affairs are decided by the first madam, who is not Miss Lonner's natural mother, so she treats her badly. Lin Yu, the other lady in the Lin family, who is the first madam's natural daughter, has always regarded Miss Lonner as a thorn in her side. That pair of mother and daughter are eager to see Miss Lonner die. Miss Lonner was hunted last time, probably because this pair ordered it. 2 years ago, Miss Lonner fell victim to the witch poison by a black-robed man. I'm afraid it also had something to do with the mother and daughter. When Lei Yin said this, his face became extremely cold. Hearing this, Jian Wushuang was shocked. It's no wonder that when I first entered the Lin family, there was something wrong with Lin Zong's expression. It seems that Lin Zong belongs to the first madam's side, doesn't he? Jian Wushuang asked. Yes, that Lin Zong has followed the lead of the first madam for a long time, said Lei Yin with a heavy nod. Anyway, they belong to the same family and they are even half-sisters. How could she acted so cruelly? Jian Wushuang asked and sighed. Jealousy. Lei Yin looked up and said, Miss Lonner is very talented, so she is seen as the real phoenix among the people. Although Lin Yu has good talent, she is inferior to Miss Lonner. Since childhood, Lin Yu has been consistently crushed by Miss Lonner in all aspects. Naturally, she became very jealous. Really? Jian Wushuang raised his eyebrows. In 3 days, there will be a hunt within the family, after which the master should formally announce Miss Lonner's marriage, said Lei Yin. After hearing Lei Yin's story, Jian Wushuang also secretly felt sorry. Jian Wushuang's expression turned odd. Witch poison? My heavenly creation skill is incredible. It was able to swallow and refine Lung Wushuang's icy heart poison, which can be called the strongest poison known to man. As for the witch poison, could I refine it as well? The night was as black as ink. Inside the huge courtyard, Lin Lan, dressed in a blue robe, was practicing her swordsmanship alone, with a long sword in her hand. Following the path of her long sword, one bright sword light after another flew out into the dark night. These sword lights were extremely fast and unusually powerful. Up above the courtyard stood Jian Wushuang, with a long sword on his back, quietly watching Lin Lan, yet the other did not notice his existence at all. Watching Lin Lan practice her swordsmanship over and over again, Jian Wushuang could feel a sense of stubbornness forming between her eyebrows. She a lot like me, Jian Wushuang murmured softly. He lost himself while watching Lin Lan. He could see his past self in Lin Lan. Many years ago, when he was even younger, he suffered humiliation due to his inability to condense spiritual power in the Marquis mansion. At that time, he was just like Lin Lan. He refused to be belittled or give up. He desperately wanted to condense spiritual power. For this goal, he put in countless times more effort than ordinary people. Finally, he succeeded. Lin Lan's experience was similar to his, yet it was even more miserable and desperate. But she also refused to give up. She's a good girl. Her talent in sword principle is also very good. Jian Wushuang secretly nodded, and then the corners of his mouth slightly warped. Inside the courtyard, Lin Lan was still practicing her swordsmanship, but at this moment a light voice came from her side. Practicing alone here is a bit too boring. Lin Lan's face turned solemn. She stopped and looked at the source of the voice, where she immediately found Jian Wushuang. Mr. Swordsman. Lin Lan's expression became softer. Jian Wushuang smiled, then waved his hand. He took a branch from the tree beside him, pointed it at Lin Lan, and said, "Your swordsmanship is not bad. How about competing with me?" Compete with you? Lin Lan was stunned. Then she glanced at the branch in Jian Wushuang's hand, heavily nodded, and said, "Then please instruct me, Mr. Swordsman." "Begin," Jian Wushuang said indifferently. "Chu." Lin Lan's body suddenly shot forward like a sharp arrow, followed by a thrilling howling sound, while cold sword light stabbed towards Jian Wushuang. At the same time, Lin Lan's spirit power reaching its pinnacle, causing the attack to become faster. Her swordsmanship is really good, and she has comprehended the origin. What's more is it the world origin. Even though Jian Wushuang was surprised, he slowly swung his branch. "You lost." An indifferent voice was heard. Lin Lan was shocked and looked at the branch in front of her. It was pointing at her chest. Lin Lan's reaction speed was extremely fast, so she clearly remembered what happened just now. She had just attacked, but Jian Wushuang easily sidestepped her attack. Then he just stepped forward, drawing closer to her, followed by a stabbing motion. A simple move, but it was too fast for Lin Lan to dodge. What was even more marvelous was that Jian Wushuang didn't use any spiritual power, yet he still beat her easily. That sword move! Lin Lan recalled the sword move that Jian Wushuang just displayed. A very ordinary and simple sword move, but it gave her the feeling that it contained the whole world. It was incomparably abstruse and far beyond her comprehension. Your understanding of sword principle is not weak either. In addition, your comprehension of world origin is very high. You could have definitely avoided my attack. Jian Wushuang threw the branch aside and said lightly, "Unfortunately, you are too discomposed. It should either be because of the experiences over these last 2 years, or the fact that you will marry Luo Hai as soon as the family hunt ends in 3 days. But it has made your heart anxious. Mr. Swordsman knows about my past?" Lin Lan looked at Jian Wushuang. "Lei Yun told me." Jian Wushuang nodded. "As for the witch poison, I might be able to resolve it." Chapter 378, Accepting a Disciple. Chapter 378, Accepting a Disciple. What? Lin Lan looked at Jian Wushuang in a surprise. "I only said it was possible, but I am not sure," Jian Wushuang said. He had confidence in the heavenly creation skill, but there were exceptions in everything, so he was not sure. Lin Lan took a deep breath. Then she looked at Jian Wushuang again. Plop! Lin Lan was kneeling directly in front of Jian Wushuang. "I beg you, Mr. Swordsman, please remove the witch poison. I, Lin Lan, am willing to be your follower for the rest of my life." Lin Lan said in a serious manner. "Follower?" Jian Wushuang was stunned. He knew what being a follower meant. It was equivalent to master and servant. In the vast divine land, some top experts occasionally had 1 or 2 followers around them. Lin Lan, in order to get rid of the witch poison, was even willing to become Jian Wushuang's follower. It could be imagined how much the witch poison had tortured her. "Forget about being my follower." Jian Wushuang shook his head and continued. "From the time I started practicing swordsmanship until now, I have never had a disciple. If you are willing, you can become my first personal disciple starting today." Personal disciple? Lin Lan immediately became pleased by hearing this. Then she respectfully kowtowed to Jian Wushuang. "Pung, pung, pung." Having kowtowed consecutively 3 times, Lin Lan got up and said, "Disciple Lin Lan pays her respects to master." Jian Wushuang could not help but smile. He had been alone since the beginning of his cultivation. Now he finally had a disciple. Moreover, Jian Wushuang was very fond of this disciple. It was not only because Lin Lan was very much like him and had similar experiences as him. The most important part was Lin Lan's temperament. "I'd rather die than surrender." In addition, Lin Lan had excellent talent in both cultivation and sword principle. Moreover, The origin, she comprehended, was the world origin. He was satisfied with Lin Lan in all aspects. Naturally, he could accept her as a disciple. Get up. Jian Wushang waved his hand. Yes. Lin Lan got up with a very humble attitude. Lin Lan also felt quite blessed to be Jian Wushang's personal disciple. Although she did not know how powerful Jian Wushang's strength was, she had just competed with him and he had defeated her in a single strike without using any spiritual power. This level of ability alone was enough to make Lin Lan completely admire him. Jian Wushang sat down on the rock bench beside him, while Lin Lan also sat in front of him and stretched out her arms. Jian Wushang held out his hands and placed them on Lin Lan's wrists. A stream of spiritual power entered Lin Lan's body through the pores on her wrists and began exploring her body. It only took a moment for him to find the witch poison that was hidden in Lin Lan's body. Oh my God! He was looking at the dark black witch poison that was hiding in Lin Lan's lower abdomen, which had a parasitic relationship with her dantian. Jian Wushang could not help admiring it. It's like a parasite that feeds on the spiritual power within her dantian, and it can be said that it has integrated with her dantian. It is impossible to completely dispel the witch poison unless breaking her dantian. It's no wonder so many experts and alchemists could do nothing about this witch poison. Master, is there a way? Lin Lan was nervously looking at Jian Wushang with some expectation. Be patient, Jian Wushang said while smiling slightly. Don't resist, Jian Wushang ordered. Then a steady stream of spiritual power directly poured from Jian Wushang's hands into Lin Lan's body and gathered at her dantian. Once it had accumulated to a certain level, the spiritual power immediately headed towards the dark black witch poison. The witch poison could not be separated from Lin Lan's dantian, nor could it be forcibly removed. Therefore, Jian Wushang's only choice was to try to refine it while it was still in Lin Lan's body. However, the refinement went much smoother than that of the icy heart poison. Although the witch poison's parasitic method is somewhat special, its toxicity is vastly inferior to Lung Wushang's icy heart poison. Jian Wushang smiled slightly. In only a moment, most of the witch poison in Lin Lan's dantian had been refined by him. Half an hour later, the witch poison had been completely refined by him, at which point he suddenly stopped wielding his spiritual power. Puff! Lin Lan directly spat out a mouthful of black blood, which was all that remained after the witch poison had been refined. Your witch poison is gone, Jian Wushang said in a cool way. Hearing this, Lin Lan was stunned for a moment. Here, this is an elixir that is originally used to restore strength. Take it and try circulating your spiritual power. Jian Wushang passed Lin Lan a brown elixir. Without any doubts, Lin Lan accepted the brown elixir and immediately took it. Then she sat down beside him. A moment later, a great aura of spiritual power began to spread from Lin Lan's body, increasing at an amazing speed. Lin Lan's cultivation, which had fallen to the level of the profound Yin Void realm today, had begun to improve. From the profound Yin Void realm to the exceptional Yin Void realm, then the peak of the Yin Void realm, after which she started trying to enter the initial Yang Void realm. 2 hours later, Lin Lan's breath slowly calmed down. At this moment, her spiritual power had recovered to the profound Yang Void realm. She was now 1 level higher than she was earlier today when her cultivation began to regress. Sure enough, my witch poison has been completely removed. Lin Lan opened her eyes, which now contained a flash of ecstasy. Lin Lan looked at Jian Wushang. Then she knelt on the ground once again and solemnly said, "Thank you for giving me this second chance, Master." "Get up." Jian Wushang waved his hand. Lin Lan stood up, and her state of mind slowly regained its calm, but there was still a faint trace of joy in her eyes. Your cultivation had already reached the peak of the Yang Void realm before. It was only because of the witch poison that you regressed, so it should not be difficult to completely recover. Here are 3 pills that are useful for restoring your cultivation. For the next 3 days, you should swallow 1 pill every day. In 3 days, your strength should be completely restored, Jian Wushuang said. In the past, he had destroyed the Holy Emperor Palace and killed the 4 holy masters by himself. Hence, the countless treasures accumulated in the Holy Emperor Palace over the thousands of years had fallen into his hands, among which there were various elixirs and pills. The pills given to Lin Lan were all 2nd grade and of great value. Thank you so much, Master. Lin Lan pleasantly accepted the pills. I heard that your Lin family will have a hunt in 3 days. Jian Wushuang asked casually. Yes, Lin Lan solemnly nodded and said, Our Lin family holds a hunt every year. Not long ago, the senior family members decided to marry me to Luo Hai of the Luo family. This matter should be announced at the hunt. Oh. Jian Wushuang lifted his eyebrows. Then he stood up and walked slowly towards his courtyard. Lin Lan looked closely at Jian Wushuang's back. Only when Jian Wushuang was about to disappear completely from her sight did a cold voice reach her ears. Just do whatever you want to do. Your master will take care of everything, even if the sky begins to fall. Hearing this, Lin Lan's eyes gleamed and she immediately clenched her fists. Chapter 379, The Lin Family's Hunt. Chapter 379, The Lin Family's Hunt. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Even though it was early in the morning, the entire Lin family was very busy. The annual hunt was a big day for the Lin family. Naturally, that day was very boisterous. Even the rarely seen master would be present today. A large number of Lin family disciples gathered in the martial arts practice field, while the top senior experts of the Lin family sat in the front section of the grandstand. Although Jian Wushuang was not a member of the Lin family, he still had a seat in the grandstand because he had entered the Saint Realm. Among the disciples, Lin Lan's eyes were cold and clear. She stood there, carrying a long sword on her back like an iceberg. Many of the Lin family disciples in the area were looking at her strangely. I heard that this Lin Lan's cultivation level fell again 3 days ago, back to the profound Yin Void realm. How dare she still take part in the family hunt? If I were her, I would just stay at home and wait to marry Luo Hai. She is a genius with a proud heart. Genius? That was many years ago. Many disciples of the Lin family were whispering to each other. Although their voices were low, Lin Lan could still hear them. Lin Lan's had an indifferent expression on her face as she turned a blind eye to these disciples. Hey, my dear sister, I heard that you failed your breakthrough 3 days ago and that your cultivation level greatly decreased again? An obviously sarcastic voice was heard. Lin Lan turned to look at the source of the voice. It was a beautiful, purple-clothed lady with good facial features and a very enchanting figure. However, it was a shame there was a hint of darkness and coldness in her eyes, which had a negative effect on her overall temperament. And this person was Lin Lan's half-sister, Lin Yu. Seeing Lin Yu, a hint of icy coldness appeared in Lin Lan's eyes, but she still did not speak. My good sister, hasn't your cultivation level fallen to the profound Yin Void realm? Gee, I reached the peak of the Yang Void realm when I was 18 years old. You were once praised as the top genius of the Lin family, so it's really pitiful to fall into such a situation. Lin Yu said casually, then lightly sighed. I think it would be better if you just stay in your room and wait for your marriage to that Luo Hai. He has a bad personality, but he's quite good in other respects, and his father is the great elder of the Luo family. If you marry him, it will be regarded as one last contribution to our Lin family. It's like recycling trash. You are so vicious. Whether you can marry someone in the future, I'm afraid, is still a problem. Lin Lan glanced at Lin Yu. Li Yu was stunned. A flicker of haze appeared in her eyes. Lin Lan's words were like rubbing salt in her wound. She was already nearly 30 years old and had loved many young talents. Unfortunately, none of them cared for her at all. Even if I never get married, I would still be better off than someone who is marrying Luo Hai. I heard that Luo Hai once had 3 wives and 9 concubines, but now only has 2 wives and 6 concubines. It's rumored that the missing wife and concubines were killed by him in bed. My good sister, you mustn't follow the footsteps of that one wife and those 3 concubines. Lin Yu smiled grimly and said no more. At that moment, at the very center of the grandstand, there was a man in a loose robe and a graceful woman. The loose-robed man, who looked gaunt, was the master of the Lin family and also Lin Lan's father, Lin Xian. As for that graceful woman, she looked like Lin Yu to some extent. She seemed to be Lin Yu's mother, and also the first madam of the Lin family. "Let's start," Lin Xian commanded. Lin Zong, who was standing at the front of the grandstand, nodded, and then began to host the hunt. The rules of the Lin family's hunt were very simple. The disciples would go to the Blue Cloud Mountains near their mansion, kill some spirit beasts, and bring back their bodies. The hunt would last for half a day, and the ranking would be decided based on the number of bodies and the strength of the beasts that were brought back. The top 3 would get corresponding rewards. The numerous disciples of the Lin family who were taking part in the hunt quickly set off towards the Blue Cloud Mountains. Before leaving, Lin Lan looked at Jian Wushuang, who was seated in the grandstand. "Remember what I said before." Jian Wushuang spoke softly. Although his voice was too low, Lin Lan could still understand what he said by reading his lips. Lin Lan nodded heavily, then headed for the Blue Cloud Mountains. As for the numerous high-level experts of the Lin family, as well as Jian Wushuang, they quietly waited at the martial arts practice field. I have been in secluded cultivation for a long time, so I didn't know there was a guest in our family. You are. Lin Xian noticed Jian Wushuang, who was a stranger in the grandstand, so he couldn't help asking. "Swordsman," Jian Wushuang said in a cold voice, very indifferently. "Master, this Mr. Swordsman was invited by Miss Lan. Miss Lan met with danger when she was outside, and Mr. Swordsman saved her," Lin Zong said on the side. "So that's how it is." Lin Xian raised his eyebrows and said politely, "Since you are a guest, we should entertain you well. If Mr. Swordsman needs anything, please do not hesitate to tell us." "Thanks," Jian Wushuang responded unenthusiastically. Lin Xian didn't say any more, but the first madam sitting next to him took a deep look at Jian Wushuang. Half a day passed quickly. "They're back." All the people in the grandstand were staring off into the distance, watching as the disciples of the Lin family rushed back through the air, quickly landing on the martial arts practice field, one after another. Most of these disciples were very tired. Obviously, they had done all they could in the past half-day. Only Lin Lan, however, looked very relaxed. There was not even a trace of blood on her body, and she looked extremely calm. The spirit beasts in the Blue Cloud Mountains were originally captured by the elders of the clan. The weakest ones were at the initial Yang Void Realm, but Lin Lan has fallen to the profound Yin Void Realm. I'm afraid that she didn't even have a chance to capture a single spirit beast once she arrived at the mountain. Is that why she looks so relaxed? Many of the surrounding Lin family disciples secretly laughed at Lin Lan when they saw her. "Come up one by one and take out the spirit beasts you have killed, as well as their spiritual cores," Lin Zong said in the martial arts practice field, speaking in a grand fashion. Immediately, the disciples of the Lin family came forward, one after another, and took out the dead bodies of the spirit beasts they had hunted in the Blue Cloud Mountains for the last half of a day. Some took out 2 or 3 bodies, while some had as many as 6 or 7 spirit beast bodies. The strength of their spirit beasts, however, were all very ordinary. There were no bodies that attracted any kind of special attention. At this moment, Lin Yu stepped forward and waved her hand. Immediately, 9 dead spirit beasts appeared, one after the other, in the martial arts practice field. Moreover, none of the dead bodies of the spirit beasts were common. Among them, 8 were at the exceptional Yang Void realm, while the remaining body was actually at the peak of the Yang Void realm. There was a commotion when these dead spirit beasts appeared on the martial arts practice field. Chapter 380. Who are you talking to? Chapter 380. Who are you talking to? 9 spirit beasts, and one of them was even at the peak of the Yang Void realm, truly worthy of Miss Yuer. Having killed so many spirit beasts in only half a day, Miss Yuer is definitely impressive. Among the young disciples in Lin family, Miss Yuer is definitely number 1. On the martial arts practice field, a large number of the Lin family disciples were speaking with admiration. The top experts of the Lin family were all smiling as they watched from the stands. Yuer made a good performance, Lin Xian said as he smiled faintly, while the first madam, who was beside him, revealed a large and proud smile. Lin Yu stood on the martial arts practice field with an arrogant expression on her face. She looked at Lin Lan, only to find that Lin Lan had not even glanced at her. Next, Lin Zong said. Lin Lan slowly stepped forward. Everyone turned to face her, but most of them were looking at her with disdain. In their eyes, even the weakest spirit beasts in the Blue Cloud Mountains were in the initial Yang Void realm. Lin Lan, who was only in the profound Yin Void realm, had no chance to hunt any of them. It would be her good luck to have even managed to kill a single spirit beast. Miss Lanner, show me the spirit beasts you killed. Lin Zong looked at Lin Lan with a smile, waiting to see her embarrassment. Lin Lan, who had an indifferent expression on her face, did not even spare a glance at those around her. With a wave of her hand, several dead spirit beasts immediately appeared on the ground of martial arts practice field. The huge dead spirit beasts that were piled up together formed a hill. Seeing the spirit beasts, Lin Zong, who was waiting to ridicule Lin Lan, was stunned. For a moment, everyone there was speechless. Altogether, Lin Lan had taken out 7 spirit beasts. It was not the number of the spirit beasts that made Lin Zong and other people speechless, but the aura released by these dead spirit beasts. Though dead, the beasts still gave off an extremely rich and violent aura. These 7 spirit beasts were all at the peak of the Yang Void realm. Everyone on the martial arts practice field was shocked. Impossible. Lin Yu was the first one to shout out. Even for her, it was her limit to kill 8 spirit beasts of the exceptional Yang Void realm and 1 at the peak of the Yang Void realm in only half a day. But Lin Lan killed 7 spirit beasts at the peak of the Yang Void realm. Although Lin Yu had killed 2 more spirit beasts than Lin Yan, the quality of the spirit beasts was inferior. How could Lin Lan manage to do that in only half a day? It was so doubtful and incredible. All the top experts in the stand began to stir. Jian Wushuang remained indifferent, but he still nodded slightly at the sight of the spirit beasts that Lin Lan had killed. 3 days ago, he had removed the witch poison in Lin Lan's body and then given her 3 elixirs to restore her cultivation. Now Lin Lan had regained her original level of cultivation, which was the peak of the Yang Void realm. Lin Lan also had good comprehension of the world origin and possessed many powerful sword skills. It was not difficult for her to kill 7 spirit beasts at the peak of the Yang Void realm in only half a day. Jian Wushuang was sure that Lin Lan did not use her full strength. Otherwise, she could have killed far more spirit beasts. The people on the martial arts practice field fell into a tumult. Looking at the dead spirit beasts, piled up in the form of a hill, Lin Zong suddenly turned gloomy and said, "Miss Lanner, you should know the rules of the hunt. You can only hunt using your own strength, and you cannot rely on external treasures. You must have killed these 7 spirit beasts with an external treasure, so your results are invalid." Hearing these words, the audience on the martial arts practice field burst into an uproar. Most of the Lin family disciples looked at Lin Lan with disdain. How could Lin Lan use an external treasure during the hunt? External treasure? Hee, after all, she was once the top genius of the family, so it wouldn't be surprising. She must have some external treasures, such as concealed weapons or some other treasures that can kill spirit beasts at the peak of the Yang Void realm. Isn't Lin Lan a genius? How can she be so shameless? Their discussions about her were full of mockery and disdain. Lin Yu even sneered. Hearing that, Lin Lan's face turned serious. She turned to Lin Zong and said, "Elder Lin Zong, without any evidence, you claim that I have used external treasures to kill these spirit beasts. Isn't that ridiculous?" "Ridiculous? How is it ridiculous?" Lin Zong glanced at her scornfully and replied to her without any sign of respect. Before Lin Lan could refute him, Jian Wushuang spoke leisurely from the stand. "Elder Lin Zong, you definitely have sharp eyes." The instant Lin Lan had taken out the spirit beasts, you could tell that she killed them with some external treasure. "I wonder whether you can tell me what kind of treasure Lin Lan used?" Jian Wushuang asked with a cold voice that reverberated throughout the martial arts practice field. Lin Zong frowned and looked at Jian Wushuang. "Mr. Swordsman, is there a problem?" "Problem? Of course." Jian Wushuang sneered and said, "So many people have shown you the spirit beasts they killed. Lin Yu also took out 9 spirit beasts. Why didn't you suspect that any of them killed the spirit beasts with external treasures?" Hearing that, Lin Zong's face fell. At this moment, the first madam, who was also in the stand, looked at Jian Wushuang and said coldly, "Mr. Swordsman, please remember your identity. You're only a guest of our family. You'd better sit there and watch quietly. Don't try to interfere with our internal affairs." "Is that so?" Jian Wushuang glanced at the first madam and Lin Xian, who sat silently beside her. Then, with a pondering smile on his face, he said, "You must be the first madam of the Lin family. I have heard that you're in charge of the Lin family. It seems that it's true. Mr. Swordsman, what is it that you are trying to say?" asked the first madam, with a streak of cold light flashing in her eyes. "You told me to remember my identity, so I also have to remind you of something." Jian Wushuang sat there, tapping his fingers on the armchair. Then, in a freezing voice, he said, "First madam, I will also remind you. Before you said that, you should have made sure to understand who you were talking to." The moment he finished speaking, a surge of killing intent, greater than anything they had ever seen before, began to radiate from him. His incredible killing intent soared into the sky and swept forward like a tsunami. Time and space seemed to be frozen for a moment, and the whole area became so deadly quiet that even a pin drop could be heard. It felt like the entire martial arts practice field was covered with a heavy frost. Chapter 381. He is Lin Lan's master. Chapter 381. He is Lin Lan's master. Silence. Deathly stillness. Disciples on the martial arts practice field, including those high-ranking experts in the stands, were all shocked with widened eyes. Such a powerful killing intent. The more Jian Wushuang comprehended slaughter origin, the more aggressive was his killing intent. Fully unleashing his killing intent, Jian Wushuang could even frighten experts in pinnacle of the Saint Realm, let alone those of the Lin family. Even Saint Realm experts of Lin family had never seen such a powerful killing intent. It was too powerful for them to fight. At the moment, Jian Wushuang's eyes turned to First Madam and his cold voice drummed heavily in her heart. Traveling around the world, I say what I want, do what I want. Can't I express my thoughts in the Lin family? First Madam, I am here now. Please repeat what you said just now. Jian Wushuang said in a forceful tone. He slowly spoke the words one by one. each one finished with more powerful killing intent, which terrified First Madam more and more. When he finished saying that, the killing intent in him had risen to the peak. First Madam felt like she was on the brink of breakdown. Eyes wide opened and her graceful face reddened. She opened her mouth to speak, but nothing came out. It was as if she was choked. Horror, covering all of her. She suffered in the horror every second. However, Jian Wushuang was stern, cool, and unmoved. Lin family, a mid-sized family in Iron Saber territory, had 8 Saint Realm experts. However, the strongest hadn't reached pinnacle of the Saint Realm yet, but was just in Stage 3 domain. Therefore, Jian Wushuang didn't take them to heart. Mr. Swordsman, Lin Xian said and looked at Jian Wushuang with fear. They thought Jian Wushuang was just an ordinary young Saint Realm expert, but he was not. He must be an old monster, definitely old, but retaining youthful looks in some way, roared Saint Realm experts of Lin family in their mind. They couldn't imagine how strong Jian Wushuang was. How could he be 20 years old? Mr. Swordsman, forgive us. It's just a misunderstanding. Lin Xian was modest and said respectfully, Jian Wushuang snorted, and then the explosive killing intent slowly withdrew. Feeling the killing intent vanishing, they let out a sigh of relief. However, First Madam's face was still red. She took a glance at Jian Wushuang in fear and dared not to say anything. Elder Lin Zong. Jian Wushuang looked at him and said coldly, You said that my disciple killed those 7 spirit beasts with external treasure. Could you tell us what she used and how she killed the 7 beasts at peak of the Yang Void Realm in half a day? You'd better tell us every detail, otherwise, I promise you won't live to tomorrow. It. Jian Wushuang's words made Lin Zong's flesh creep. Thinking of the terrible killing intent, Lin Zong couldn't help breaking into a cold sweat and stammering badly. Mr. Swordsman, please excuse Elder Lin Zong for having offended your disciple just now. Lin Xian was defending for Lin Zong, but suddenly he realized, disciple. People on the martial arts practice field were also surprised. Disciple? Did Swordsman say that she was his disciple? At the moment, Lin Lan bowed respectfully and said, Master. Jian Wushuang nodded slightly. Their conversation confirmed the relationship between them. Has Lin Lan made Swordsman her master? That's why Swordsman spoke out for her. Surely a master would. People on the martial arts practice field understood. Lin Lan, Jian Wushuang called. Lin Lan turned. Since they questioned your strength, prove yourself. Jian Wushuang said in a deep voice. Yes. Lin Lan nodded. Then she turned and looked at Lin Yu, who was still stunned in amazement. Lin Yu. Lin Lan shot a sharp and cold sight. Immediately, a strong spiritual power burst out. It shocked all people at the spot. Peak of Yang Void Realm. How could that be? She had slipped back to profound Yin Void Realm 3 days ago. Could it be? One possibility came into their thought, which could explain it. That was the witch poison in Lin Lan's body had been removed. How could that be? People in the stands were also in shock. They had tried many ways to remove the witch poison from Lin Lan by asking for help from experts and alchemists, even experts of pinnacle of the Saint Realm. However, all failed. How could the witch poison be removed? Within 3 days, not only had the witch poison been removed, but her strength was fully restored. In a mysterious way, people in the stands, including Lin Xian and First Madam, turned to Jian Wushuang, who sat in a chair tapping his fingers on the chair with a light smile. They knew what Lin Lan was like 3 days ago. Today, however, Lin Lan regained her strength and called Swordsman Master. They also saw the terrible killing intent Jian Wushuang released just now, all these had proved it. It was him who removed the witch poison in Lin Lan's body and brought her strength back within 3 days. All this was due to Swordsman. Chapter 382. I don't want to marry him. Chapter 382. I don't want to marry him. Peak of Yang Void Realm. Lin Yu, who had always been holding her head high in front of Lin Lan, was stunned after seeing Lin Lan regain her full spiritual power. Ignoring Lin Yu's look of shock, Lin Lan went directly to Lin Yu and slapped her face fiercely. Lin Yu instinctively wanted to dodge, but the slap containing world origin was too fast and overwhelming. Thwack! A heavy slap turned Lin Yu's face red. Before Lin Yu reacted, Lin Lan slapped again. Thwack! Thwack! Another 2 slaps fell on her right cheek. 3 slaps in total. After that, Lin Yu's face turned red and swollen. Blood streamed out of her mouth, and her blank eyes were widely opened. All were silent. After she finished her slaps, Lin Lan turned and left without a word. What a domineering demeanor. Lin family's disciples on the martial arts practice field gazed at her figure in shock. They knew the peerless genius they admired 2 years ago had returned. Lin Lan walked to the stands and raised her head, looking at those in the stands. Taking a deep breath, Lin Lan said slowly, "Someone suggested or even decided to marry me to Luo Hai. I want to say, I refuse." A simple but clear answer made all of them awestruck. Lin Lan herself let out a long sigh of relief. When she knew her family had decided to marry her to Luo Hai, she felt desperate. Because she was weak and unimportant in the Lin family, no one would listen to her. But now things had changed. She had regained her strength. The peerless genius had returned. Most importantly, she had an unfathomable and powerful master. She was more confident because of her master's support. In the stands, those high-ranking experts of Lin family were irritated because Lin Lan had defied their decision. But they dared not say anything. After all, Lin Lan's master, Swordsman, was still there. Jian Wushuang, the person they feared, stood up slowly and looked at Lin Lan with a smile. He walked slowly down the stands and went to the courtyard where he lived. Lin Lan followed him. Soon they walked out of their sight. As soon as they left, the martial arts practice field was in an uproar. In a secret chamber of Lin family's mansion. "Kill her, I will kill her." "Mother, kill the bitch, kill her." Lin Yu, whose face was still red and swollen, roared crazily. Being slapped 3 slaps in front of so many disciples and experts of Lin family, how could she not be furious? "Shut up!" First Madam yelled at her. "I didn't expect she would gain the upper hand again. If I knew this, I would have killed her rather than poisoned her." First Madam's face was cold and venomous. Yes, it was First Madam who poisoned Lin Lan 2 years ago. But she didn't kill her out of some considerations. Because at that time, Lin Lan had a high status in Lin family, and they all treated her as a treasure. Even top experts in Iron Saber territory said they wanted to take Lin Lan as their personal disciple. Besides, she had little control of the Lin family at that time and dared not kill her. That's why she waited and took action to kill her only after Lin Lan had lost her status in the Lin family. She didn't expect Jian Wushuang to save her. "Lin Zong, what do you think about Swordsman?" First Madam looked at Lin Zong. Lin Zong stood and frowned. After a while he said seriously, "Madam, Swordsman is strong." Though he has not displayed it yet, his terrible killing intent proved that he is very strong. Besides, he removed the witch poison, which so many experts, including experts at pinnacle of the Saint Realm, can't. All these prove that he is powerful. At least no one in our family can deal with him. Lin Zong knew this. Lin family was just a mid-sized family in Iron Saber territory. The strongest expert in the Lin family was at Stage 3 domain. Anyone of pinnacle of the Saint Realm could do anything he wanted to the Lin family. Lin Zong estimated that Jian Wushuang was at least at pinnacle of the Saint Realm. Bastard, who is he? First Madam said with insidious and cold eyes. Madam, honestly, we, even the whole Lin family, should not provoke swordsmen. Lin Zong said in a deep voice. First Madam's face fell, but she smiled coldly the next second. Sure, swordsman is so strong that we cannot afford to provoke him, but someone else can. Huh. Lin Zong turned to First Madam. Lin Lan said that she refused to marry Luo Hai in front of all of us, didn't she? Huh. The two families had made a deal long ago. If Lin Lan refused it, do you think the playboy Luo Hai will leave the matter at that? A sneaky smile rose on First Madam's face. Madam, you mean? Lin Zong frowned and looked at her. Send a message to Luo Hai immediately, but keep in mind, to Luo Hai rather than the Luo family. First Madam ordered. Lin Zong understood that and nodded heavily. Snaky coldness flashed in First Madam's eyes, and a cold voice sounded. Swordsman, we can't provoke you, but the Luo family can. Chapter 383, Visiting the Luo Family. Chapter 383, Visiting the Luo Family. Inside the courtyard, Jian Wushuang sat at a stone table, looking at Lin Lan, who was practicing sword arts. Each move she brandished moved the power of heaven and earth and contained world origin. Have a break. Jian Wushuang suddenly said, Master. Lin Lan stopped and looked over at Jian Wushuang. You're quite good at sword principle, but weak at offense. Jian Wushuang said, I know a sword skill of world origin, not recorded in an origin manual. I will demonstrate this now. Look carefully. Jian Wushuang showed it right away. What he displayed was a superior second-grade sword technique called Sword World. Jian Wushuang had been staying in the Sword Tower of Ancestors' Land for a whole year and meditated on a lot of sword skills, including some sword skills of world origin, among which Sword World was at the highest grade. In a moment, Jian Wushuang finished the first 3 movements of Sword World. He explained each move while performing, so as to help Jian Lan understand it more deeply. That's it. Practice and study by yourself, and come to me if you have any questions. Jian Wushuang said. Yes. Lin Lan nodded. While at this moment they heard some footsteps. Lei Yun hurriedly ran in. Miss Lan or Mr. Swordsman. Lei Yun went in the courtyard and bowed, said, Luo Hai of Luo family comes. What? Lin Lan was surprised. Jian Wushuang also frowned slightly. Lots of footsteps and other voices came from outside. Master Luo Hai, it's a misunderstanding. Misunderstanding? She has refused in public. What do you want to explain? Master Luo Hai, it's not what you think. We didn't mean to. I don't care. I want to know how dare she refuses the engagement. The voices were getting louder. Soon many people rushed into the courtyard. First came an unruly, insidious, and supercilious man, followed by a purple-clothed elder who had already reached the Saint Realm. Lin families, including Lin Xian and First Madam, also walked in and then stood aside. Lin Xian looked embarrassed, while First Madam's face was cold with cruelty in her eyes. As soon as he rushed into the courtyard, Luo Hai was surprised to find that Lin Lan was beautiful. I heard you were a beauty. You really are, and you are also a genius. I like this. Luo Hai said with an evil smile. What does Master Luo Hai come for? Lin Lan asked coldly. Of course I came for our engagement. Luo Hai said evilly. Sorry, I have never promised to marry you, said Lin Lan. I don't care. No one can refuse me. Since your family has promised, you have to marry me. Luo Hai's face fell and said, Elder Wu, take the girl away immediately. I'm interested to see who dares to stop me. Yes. nodded the purple-clothed elder beside Luo Hai. Master Luo Hai, you can't. People of the Lin family were shocked. But before they stopped him, the purple-clothed elder had already taken action. Young lady, you'd better go with us. The purple-clothed smiled coldly and said. Then he went to Lin Lan in a blink, reached out his shriveled hand and tried to catch Lin Lan. However, at the same time, Jian Wushuang moved too. Before the purple-clothed elder reached Lin Lan, a black-robed young man, wearing a long sword on his back, stood in the way. The cold young man waved his sleeve and said, "Scram!" He shouted with a huge power blasting out of his sleeve. What? Feeling a huge impact force coming to him, the purple-clothed elder was attacked. Immediately he spat out blood and landed heavily on the wall. The wall was destroyed. All experts of Lin family felt a sudden throb in their heart after seeing that. Such an easy wave of a sleeve, seriously injuring a Saint Realm expert at third stage domain. How terrifying was his strength! After beating back the purple-clothed elder, Jian Wushuang shot a cold sight and flashed before Luo Hai. Boom! An incredibly strong killing intent surrounded Luo Hai. His brain was in a buzz, eyes opened widely and standing still in shock. He wet his pants. A good-for-nothing. Jian Wushuang looked down at Luo Hai with disdain. Then Luo Hai heard a deep voice. We did deal with the engagement in an improper way. Tomorrow, I will take my disciple to your mansion and apologize to Luo family. Now you can go. After saying that, the killing intent on Jian Wushuang vanished, and Luo Hai came to himself. Go, let's go. Luo Hai had already been scared silly. He took the purple-clothed elder and staggered out of the Lin family at once. Witnessing what had happened, people of the Lin family couldn't help marveling at him. Master of Lin family, Lin Xian apologized. Mr. Swordsman, it's our fault to be thoughtless about honor marriage. Sorry to bring you trouble. Trouble? No. I'm afraid we fell prey to a plot. Jian Wushuang's voice was cold. Fall prey to a plot? Lin Xian was confused. The news spread so quickly. It took Luo Hai only half a day to receive the news and arrived here. Jian Wushuang sneered and shot a cold look at First Madam. First Madam was alarmed. Before she opened her mouth to explain for herself, a wind blew over. Jian Wushuang went to her and squeezed her neck, pulling her up. Mr. Swordsman. All of them were startled. Hum. Jian Wushuang snorted. He threw First Madam on a stone table, which smashed the table at once. L'honor, to kill her or not depends on you. Looking at First Madam lying on her deathbed, Lin Lan's eyes flashed coldness but more hesitation. She squatted, and after a wave of her hand, First Madam's dantian was shattered. You have persecuted me many times and made me suffer, thinking it was better to die than to live. Today, I will pay you back by destroying your dantian. Jian Wushuang didn't stop her. Tomorrow, I will take you to Luo family. Chapter 384. Breaking off the engagement. Chapter 384. Breaking off the engagement. Luo family, one of the 6 families in Iron Saber territory. Being a large family, Luo family possessed a much richer base and greater background compared to the Lin family. It had dozens of Saint Realm experts, even 3 in pinnacle of the Saint Realm. 2 figures were approaching the Luo family's mansion, a young man and a young beauty. Each wore a long sword on his and her back. Judging from their appearance, they were about the same age. People thought they were brother and sister at first sight, but never had imagined that they were master and disciple. Master, Luo family, is one of the 6 families in Iron Saber territory. If we go inside and break off my engagement like this, it will bring shame to them, Lin Lan frowned slightly. I thought you didn't care. Jian Wushuang blinked his eyes. He shook his head, smiled, and said, You have refused it in the presence of so many people. What's the difference? Lin Lan lowered her head. Let's go inside first. Soon Jian Wushuang and Lin Lan arrived at the void in front of the Luo family's mansion. Swordsman coming to visit. Jian Wushuang's voice spread. Immediately dozens of figures flashed out in the void. Are you swordsmen? The voice of an elder who had a cold face and looked like Luo Hai said. It was the great elder of Luo family, Luo Shan. Standing beside him was a middle-aged man with a solemn look. Luo family's master, Luo Hong. Another one who drew people's attention was a strapping man wearing a purple saber on his back, standing by Luo Hong's side. They knew why Jian Wushuang had come, so they didn't look happy. Dear gentlemen, I'm here to ask for a favor. My disciple is unwilling to marry Luo Hai. Therefore, can we break off the engagement? In compensation, here is an interspatial ring with lots of treasures and elixirs in it. Jian Wushuang gave it to them. Taking the interspatial ring, Luo Shan didn't even look at it. He said in a deep voice, so easy for you. So what do you want? Jian Wushuang said coldly. Simple. Luo Shan said, where are the 3 protectors? Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 figures appeared before Jian Wushuang. 2 men and 1 woman. All reached the Saint Realm and the 3rd stage of domain. 1 step further, they would walk into pinnacle of the Saint Realm. Strength speaks, said Luo Shan. Swordsman, if you want to break off the engagement, defeat the 3 protectors first. Otherwise, we will not accept any compensation. Oh. Jian Wushuang raised his eyebrows and a smile appeared on his face. Please. Jian Wushuang calmly looked at the 3 protectors. They looked at each other, nodded secretly. The next moment, they moved towards Jian Wushuang. Boom! A purple flowing light flashed like a ghost and rushed towards Jian Wushuang's head directly. Too fast. A normal Saint Realm expert would not be able to react to it. Experts of Luo family stood in the void and calmly watched. The 3 protectors have been together for years, and they cooperate very well. They can even battle an expert at pinnacle of the Saint Realm. Therefore, it couldn't have been better to be able to test swordsman's strength with them. Luo Hong, Luo family's master, said with a smile. Being one large family, not only did the Luo family have deeper and stronger background, but had a wiser and more farsighted master than Lin family. Actually, after hearing the news yesterday, they had discussed how to test Jian Wushuang with the 3 protectors. If Jian Wushuang defeated them, it proved that Jian Wushuang's battle strength was in pinnacle of the Saint Realm, and they would like to do him a favor, accepting the compensation peacefully. However, if he was defeated, they would make it difficult. He should understand that to refuse the engagement with Luo family, one of the 6 families, one would need to pay something. Thwack! A loud thump sounded. Jian Wushuang attacked the purple flowing light. Jian Wushuang fought back with a naked fist. After seeing this, many experts were shocked. But the strapping man standing beside Luo Hong was interested. Such a strong body. He gasped with admiration. After the thump, Jian Wushuang motivated his force of gale and thunderbolt. Then 3 residual shadows appeared in the void and beat the 3 protectors back. Clearly, Jian Wushuang was the winner. The 3 protectors got back on their feet and looked aghast at Jian Wushuang. In a flash, he defeated all 3. Too fast, too easy. They were far weaker than Jian Wushuang. Experts of Luo family were stunned. Stage 2. Luo Hong, Luo family's master, said with a grim look on his face, Swordsman, his battle strength should be in Stage 2. Yes. The strapping man beside agreed with interest flashed in his eyes. Then Luo Hong said, Your strength impressed us. I agree to break off the engagement. Thank you, Jian Wushuang said with a smile and felt relieved. He thought they would tangle with Luo family and have a fierce fight with them, but it seemed Luo family was much wiser. But at this moment, whoosh! A figure suddenly showed up in front of Jian Wushuang. It was the strapping man wearing a saber on his back and standing beside Luo Hong. "Mr. Lei Dao, what are you?" People of Luo family were confused. Staring at Jian Wushuang, Lei Dao's battle intent slowly increased. Chapter 385 Lei Dao. Chapter 385 Lei Dao. Jian Wushuang looked at the person facing him while frowning. This man exuded an extremely violent and overbearing aura, with fanatical eyes and overwhelming battle intent. "My name is Lei Dao, and my favorite thing in my life is to fight with real experts. In today's Iron Saber territory, I have challenged all the experts who have reached the pinnacle of the Saint Realm. It is rare to meet an expert like you who looks like someone at stage 2. Anyway, we have to fight a battle," Lei Dao said. "Stage 2? Jian Wushuang was surprised. "Master Luo Hong, would you mind if I fight with this swordsman in your Luo family mansion?" Lei Dao glanced at Luo Hong. "As long as you don't tear down my mansion, mister. Lei Dao, just do whatever you want," Luo Hong said with a smile. "Swordsman, please." Lei Dao cupped one hand in the other before his chest towards Jian Wushuang to show courtesy, and then directly attacked him. A purple saber appeared in Lei Dao's hand, who had come in front of Jian Wushuang with only one single stride, covering tens of zhongs. The purple saber turned into a purple thunderbolt and was cleaving towards Jian Wushuang with a shrill boom across the void. "Expert." Jian Wushuang's face turned gloomy. Just watching Lei Dao's strike, Jian Wushuang understood immediately that he was facing a real expert. When the extremely overwhelming saber approached, even Jian Wushuang felt an unusually great pressure. The pressure was even greater than that brought to him when the 4 holy masters from the Holy Emperor Palace attacked him together at the palace. As for the strength of this Lei Dao, it was obviously far from being comparable to that of the 4 holy masters. Even the strongest first holy master was much weaker than him. While the saber was arriving, Jian Wushuang shook his body. Then he stepped forward, with his right hand clenched tightly, and a blast of outrageous force was gathered. He directly punched forward with a boom. Rumbling, at that moment, it seemed that the heaven and earth were trembling. Pum! Jian Wushuang's fist collided against the purple saber with a violent crash. His body was immediately blown backward, while Lei Dao's body also trembled. Lei Dao looked at Jian Wushuang in a surprise. He dared punch directly with his fist against my saber, and my saber did not split his palm. Jian Wushuang was also shocked. My flesh can compare with magic weapons, but when he struck, my palm was numbed. It's my limit to accept one of his strikes with my bare hands. I could never receive a second attack. Jian Wushuang secretly thought. "Ha ha, come again." Lei Dao laughed. Then he strode out again. He performed another violent cleave with his saber. This time, Jian Wushuang could not block it with bare hands. A long sword appeared in his hand. This sword was obtained from the Holy Emperor Palace. It was a medium second-grade magic weapon named Lonely Heart. There was no other way. The triple kill sword as a first-grade magic weapon was too well known. Hence, Jian Wushuang usually used this Lonely Heart sword in public battles. With a cold snort, the long sword in Jian Wushuang's hand turned into a ghost snake and swerved out. Hua! 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 There were 4 consecutive sword moves, each of which was amazingly fast with most eccentric angles, making that Lei Dao unable to resist with all of his power. After the 4 strikes, however, Jian Wushuang suddenly withdrew his body, with the sword in his hand cleaving out. The first-grade sword technique, dragon-killing sword technique, was displayed with immediately explosive power. Lei Dao tried to defend with his saber, but found his saber was struck away violently by Jian Wushuang's sword. Amazing! Lei Dao stood up firmly and looked with excited, sparkling eyes at Jian Wushuang. You are extremely powerful. If I want to defeat you, I'm afraid that I would have to display my most powerful techniques. Yet, that technique can only be used in life and death struggles. Now we're just sparring, so it's not necessary for me to use it. Saying this, Lei Dao slowly sheathed his saber into the scabbard. Evidently, he had no more intent to fight against Jian Wushuang. Your strength is incredible. If you use your most powerful technique, I'm afraid I cannot withstand it. Jian Wushuang smiled modestly. Haha, swordsman. It's rare to meet with an expert like you. Let's have a good talk, okay? Lei Dao laughed. Okay. Jian Wushuang nodded. He had found that Lei Dao was a bold and straightforward man with a free spirit who was worth befriending. Anyway, he had just arrived at the Divine Land and needed to know more. Perhaps he could get answers from Lei Dao. 2 warriors, the Luo family has prepared wine for you. You could have a good talk here. Luo Hong said at this moment. Thanks to Master. After thanking the Luo family, Jian Wushuang rushed to their mansion with Lei Dao, and Lin Lan obediently followed Jian Wushuang. In a manner of the mansion of Luo family, Jian Wushuang and Lei Dao were sitting together. Swordsman, you could block my saber with your bare fist. Your body is so strong. I have fought against countless experts in so many years in the Divine Land. There is no one, however, whose physique could compare with yours. Lei Dao admired. Your saber techniques are also terrifying, powerful, and overwhelming. Recalling the saber techniques Lei Dao had wielded just now, Jian Wushuang also gasped in admiration. Haha, however powerful my saber techniques, you defeated me. Lei Dao laughed. By the way, your strength is so overwhelming. Yet, why haven't I heard about your name in the Iron Saber territory? I come from an outside continent and have just arrived at the Divine Land. Jian Wushuang said. No wonder. Lei Dao was silent for a while. You cultivated in an outside continent but obtained the strength of Stage 2. You are really amazing. Stage 2? Jian Wushuang frowned. Lei Dao, when you fought against me, you mentioned Stage 2. What does Stage 2 mean? You don't know. Lei Dao glanced at Jian Wushuang in astonishment, but he immediately understood. Right. Anyway, you have just arrived at Divine Land. It's normal that you don't know this classification. Let me explain it to you. Lei Dao began to explain. You should know that there is no difference between the height of the realms within the Saint Realm. The difference just lies in the perception of the origin. Therefore, as long as you reach the Saint Realm, you'll be classified into 3 levels of momentum, domain, and pinnacle. Let's put aside momentum and domain and just talk about the pinnacle. Pinnacle refers to the pinnacle of the Saint Realm, which means you have reached a certain level of origin perception. However, warriors at the pinnacle of the Saint Realm also have different strengths, and the differences can be very large. Hearing this, Jian Wushuang nodded secretly. Warriors at the same pinnacle of the Saint Realm really could have huge disparity. Just like the battle strength of the first Holy Master was far more powerful than that of the other 3 Holy Masters in Nanyang Continent, who is much stronger than other warriors at the pinnacle of the Saint Realm. As for Jian Wushuang himself, he was also at the pinnacle of the Saint Realm, but he could very easily kill an ordinary warrior at the pinnacle of the Saint Realm. Pinnacle of the Saint Realm is just a vague concept, and what really matters is the perception of the origin. The origin of heaven and earth is as vast as the sea. When you comprehend 1 water drop, you are at the pinnacle of the Saint Realm. When you comprehend 100 water drops, you all still at the pinnacle of the Saint Realm. The disparity, however, is substantial. According to the disparity, the pinnacle of the Saint Realm is divided into 3 stages. Chapter 386, 3 Ultimate Stages of the Saint Realm. Chapter 386, 3 ultimate stages of the Saint Realm. 3 ultimate stages of the Saint Realm. Stage 1 refers to the pinnacle of the Saint Realm, but with ordinary strength. Such warriors at the pinnacle of the Saint Realm just meet the requirements of origin perception, and they only have mediocre manuals and techniques. Like the 3 experts at the pinnacle of the Saint Realm of the Luo family, they all belong to this level. In the entire Divine Land, the warriors at Stage 1 of the pinnacle of the Saint Realm are most numerous. Lei Dao slowly narrated. But Stage 2 is much stronger than Stage 1. Stage 2 generally means the warriors at the pinnacle of the Saint Realm who have reached an extremely high level of the origin perception and have condensed their origin marks. Origin mark? Jian Wushuang was stunned. Like this. Lei Dao lifted his hand. At this moment, Jian Wushuang noticed that there was a mark, like a purple thunderbolt, on Lei Dao's arm. I perceived the thunderbolt origin, so I can condense the thunderbolt mark. Lei Dao continued. After condensing your origin mark, your power will greatly rise when you generate origin energy. At the same time, the warriors at Stage 2 of the pinnacle of the Saint Realm own more powerful magic weapons, manuals, or techniques. Of course, this is a normal situation. Some people who have not condensed their origin marks, however, still possess battle strength that can compare with that at Stage 2. Like you, who have not condensed an origin mark, but still own a very powerful physique. Your battle strength is not weaker than mine, although I have the origin mark. Jian Wushuang did not know how to react. His body was really a great advantage. And what about Stage 3? Jian Wushuang asked. Stage 3 is quite incredible. The warriors at Stage 3 of the pinnacle of the Saint Realm not only own unusual magic weapons, treasures, and techniques, but also have higher perception of the origin. Generally, they have more than 3 origin marks at least. As for their battle strength, they are more than 10 times stronger than those at Stage 2. I have fought against and exchanged with experts at Stage 3 more than once, but we were not at the same level. Lei Dao smiled bitterly. So strong. Jian Wushuang was surprised secretly. Actually, above Stage 3, there is another level which is even more incredible at the pinnacle of the Saint Realm. Lei Dao suddenly said, "Oh, stronger than Stage 3? Jian Wushuang looked towards him immediately. Yes, those warriors at the pinnacle of the Saint Realm are called heaven-defying level. Lei Dao said with a sense of admiration in his eyes. The warriors at that level of the pinnacle of the Saint Realm are really monsters at the Saint Realm, not only in the Iron Saber territory, but even in the entire Divine Land, they are rare. Those monsters are called at the heaven-defying level, not only because they own extremely high perception of the origin. What's more important is that they have awakened another kind of unusual power, the power of soul. Soul. Jian Wushuang was astonished. You mean sword soul, saber soul, etc. Yes, you know about that? Lei Dao turned to Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang replied with a faint smile. He felt very strange. Regarding the sword soul, he did not only know about it, he had awakened the sword soul himself, and his sword soul was the double first-grade sword soul. There are some experts who have awakened the soul. Take the sword soul as an example. After awakening the sword soul, you can condense the sword soul phantom, which can make your strength rise explosively, just like an expert of Stage 3. If you awaken the sword soul, your battle strength can dramatically rise several times with the force of the sword soul. Naturally, you can be regarded as at the heaven-defying level. Lei Dao said. Jiang Wushuang agreed with Lei Dao's words to the bottom of his heart. Having condensed the sword soul phantom, he indeed could make his strength dramatically rise with the force of the sword soul, which was powerful and overwhelming. The heaven-defying level is the most powerful being at the Saint Realm. Above that is the higher Cloud Realm. Lei Dao said, Cloud Realm. Jian Wushuang nodded quietly. Above the Saint Realm is the Cloud Realm. Jian Wushuang knew this. As for the heavenly creation skill, what is, after Venerable Master, is flying to the ninth heaven. Flying to the ninth heaven corresponded to the Cloud Realm. What a shame! Although both of us are at the level of the pinnacle of the Saint Realm, we are far from the Cloud Realm. Lei Dao sighed. What he said were the facts. It seemed that the pinnacle of the Saint Realm was just a step away from the Cloud Realm. Actually, however, this step included a lot of twists and turns. It was never easy to break through and reach the Cloud Realm. I haven't condensed the origin mark, but I have a strong body. Due to the power given by the heavenly creation skill, I can rival Lei Dao, who is at stage 2. Yet, in fact, I still have many trump cards. Jian Wushuang thought. Just now when they fought, Lei Dao said he had not displayed his most powerful techniques, but Jian Wushuang had reserved even more techniques. For example, there were his Azura secret skill, multifold realm, and a lot of sword skills. Moreover, he had awakened the double first-grade sword soul, which he also had not displayed. He had not used the triple-kill sword, which was a first-grade weapon, either. According to what Lei Dao said, I own the battle strength of stage 2 just with my body and the heavenly creation skill. If I applied the Azura secret skill, the Yellow Spring Road, and the multifold realm to create domain suppression, I should be able to rival those experts at the top of stage 2. If I additionally use the force of the sword soul, maybe I could compete with the experts at stage 3. Jian Wushuang thought secretly. Of course, this was only based on what Lei Dao said. He had to make some guesses and judgment about his own strength. Yet, whether his current strength could really reach stage 3 could not be confirmed until he really fought a stage 3 expert. By the way, swordsman, you have just arrived at the Divine Land. Have you found a place to stay? Lei Dao suddenly turned to Jian Wushuang. You're right, I haven't. Jian Wushuang nodded. Haha, so why don't you go to the Lord of the Territory just like me? Lei Dao said, Lord of the Territory? Iron Saber Lord? Jian Wushuang frowned. Yes. Lei Dao laughed. The Iron Saber Lord is a top expert at the Cloud Realm. He has a good reputation in the entire Divine Land. What's more important, he is very kind and nice, so there are a lot of experts gathered in his territory. You may think the 6 large families, the middle families, and the small families are all powerful. Actually, anyone clearly knows that the most terrifying person is the Iron Saber Lord, and his Iron Saber army has gathered the most experts. For example, in the Luo family, one of the 6 families, there are about a dozen experts of the Saint Realm, including 3 at the pinnacle of the Saint Realm. It looks powerful. In fact, however, the Luo family is nothing in front of the Iron Saber army, who can randomly send a few warriors to easily destroy the Luo family. There are a lot of experts in the Iron Saber territory, but frankly speaking, more than 90% of the top experts in the territory have been gathered in the Iron Saber army. And that is where an expert like you should stay. Chapter 387, Iron Saber Lord. Chapter 387, Iron Saber Lord. Iron Saber Army? More than 90% of the top experts in the Iron Saber territory are gathered there? Jian Wushuang showed his interest. How about my suggestion? Would you consider it? Lei Dao looked at Jian Wushuang with a smile. I don't need to consider. I've decided. I'll go to the Iron Saber Army. Jian Wushuang directly answered. He was naturally belligerent. The place where experts gathered like the Iron Saber Army was just what he dreamed of. Therefore, he did not need to think about it. I guess that you would be interested. Lei Dao laughed brightly, and then he raised his glass. Come, swordsman, let's have a drink. Jian Wushuang also raised his glass with a smile. And just as Jian Wushuang and Lei Dao were drinking and chatting, a strange energy fluctuation suddenly came from the nearby courtyard. Well, this is... Both Jian Wushuang and Lei Dao were surprised. Then they immediately moved their bodies and appeared in the void. Through the void, the two could clearly see Lin Lan in the courtyard, whose breath had surged up. Divine transcendence. Jian Wushuang's eyes were brightening. "Haha, swordsman, congratulations. You've accepted a good disciple." Lei Dao congratulated Jian Wushuang at once. Jian Wushuang responded with a smile. Actually, he was very happy to see that. Lin Lan was extremely talented and had been qualified to pursue the Saint Realm even 2 years ago. However, due to the witch poison, she had not successfully broken through. Instead, her realm had fallen drastically. Now, the witch poison had been removed by Jian Wushuang. When Lin Lan's realm had recovered, she was naturally closer to the Saint Realm. Actually, there was only a paper-thin barrier to cross. As soon as the thin piece of paper was broken, Lin Lan naturally passed through. Before long, the aura of Lin Lan in the courtyard slowly calmed down and her eyes opened. She looked up at Jian Wushuang and bowed respectfully, "Master." "Good." Jian Wushuang responded with a slight smile, stepping down with Lei Dao. "I thought it would take some time for you to break through the Saint Realm again after your strength was recovered. But now it seems I have really underestimated you. It's all due to Master removing the witch poison for me. Otherwise, I would never break through the Saint Realm. I'm afraid it wouldn't have been long before I fell into the primordial gold core." Lin Lan was humble but confident. "I can only help you this time. In the future, you have to rely on yourself." Jian Wushuang glanced at Lin Lan and said, "I have promised to Brother Lei Dao that I would go to the Iron Saber Lord and join the Iron Saber army. What about you? What's your plan?" "Me." Lin Lan frowned, and then she relaxed and seriously said, "I intend to travel the world by myself." "Oh." Jian Wushuang nodded quietly. "That's all right. I will always be busy cultivating and have no time to arrange for your practice. If you continue to follow me, it may not be a good thing." After saying that, Jian Wushuang turned his palm upside down and gave an interspatial ring to Lin Lan. "Inside the interspatial ring, there are some treasures you may use. You take it. In the future, when you travel around the world yourself, you should take care and never lose your life." "Thank you so much, Master." Lin Lan accepted the interspatial ring and nodded respectfully. "Go." Jian Wushuang waved his hand. Lin Lan knelt down at this moment and kowtowed heavily 3 times towards Jian Wushuang, and then directly left. "She is such a beautiful disciple. You don't let her stay with you, but just let her leave alone?" Lei Dao playfully looked at Jian Wushuang. "Young eagles can only fly when they spread their wings. What's more, I am a big man, and if I'm always followed by a beautiful female disciple, what does it mean?" Jian Wushuang spread out his hands. "You are aware?" Lei Dao glanced at Jian Wushuang, followed by a somewhat strange question. "In fact, I wonder how old you are. Your strength is so powerful, so you should be old, but you look so young." "This is a secret." Jian Wushuang smiled slightly and did not answer to him. "That's okay if you don't want to say." Lei Dao curled his mouth. "Let's go. I'll lead you to see the Lord of the territory." Before long, Jian Wushuang set out with Lei Dao, going to the place where the Iron Saber Lord lived. The Iron Saber territory was very vast, which was somewhat larger than the Nanyang continent. Iron Saber Lord lived on a long mountain range, on which there were many buildings. Jian Wushuang and Lei Dao moved at full speed, but it still took 3 full days before they arrived. "Swordsman, you'll see the Lord of the territory at once." Lei Dao said, "Iron Saber Lord." There was a sense of expectation in Jian Wushuang's eyes. "I have heard that the experts at the Cloud Realm could easily kill experts at the pinnacle of the Saint Realm by just a lifting of his hand. In the vast divine land, he could be regarded as an overlord being. But I've never seen an expert at the Cloud Realm. Perhaps Iron Saber Lord would be the first expert at the cloud realm I would see in my life. That is Huio Palace, where the Lord lives. Lei Dao pointed to a towering palace in the distance, which was almost all black. The palace was sending out golden ripples and circles, sweeping through all directions. Its pressure surprised Jian Wushuang. Follow me and head down. Lei Dao laughed. Jian Wushuang nodded, and then landed in the front of Huio Palace following Lei Dao. There were some guards whose strength even astonished Jian Wushuang in front of the Huio Palace. The Saint Realm. The guards were experts at the Saint Realm. In the entire Iron Saber territory, probably only the Iron Saber Lord had the qualification to employ them. The guards didn't stop Lei Dao and Jian Wushuang when they saw them. Is the Lord in the palace? Lei Dao asked. The Lord is holding a meeting with 2 army masters and some commanders. A guard respectfully answered. Lei Dao nodded. Swordsman, let's come in. Then, following Lei Dao, Jian Wushuang, directly stepping into the Huio Palace. Huio Palace was extremely huge. Following Lei Dao, Jian Wushuang came to the main hall of the Huio Palace. As soon as he entered, Jian Wushuang saw several figures standing and sitting in both sides of the hall. These people possessed incomparably terrifying aura, much more powerful than those of the ordinary pinnacle of the Saint Realm. Experts. All of these people were experts. Not one of them is weaker than Lei Dao. Some are even stronger. Jian Wushuang was terrified. In the entire hall, the most frightening being for Jian Wushuang was an untidy and somewhat slovenly black-haired man sitting at the top. The black-haired man was sending out waves with oppressive feeling, just like being pressured by a whole world. This man is Lord of the Iron Saber territory. Jian Wushuang looked at the black-haired man, just as the latter also looked at him. Suddenly, Jian Wushuang just felt a flash of thunderbolt across his head, and his whole body was completely overwhelmed. Terrifying. Just a look, and Jian Wushuang felt heart-stopping fear. This was the absolute strength of an expert at the Cloud Realm. Chapter 388, The 13th Commander. Chapter 388, The 13th Commander. Lord. Lei Dao respectfully saluted and introduced. This is Swordsman who has just arrived at the Divine Land from the outside continent. He is here to join your army. Lord. Jian Wushuang also respectfully saluted. Before coming here, I have fought against Swordsman, and he has the battle strength at Stage 2. Lei Dao said continually. Stage 2. Iron Saber, Lord at the top of the hall, nodded slightly. My Iron Saber army is a place where a lot of experts are gathered. An expert at Stage 2 of the pinnacle of the Saint Realm is strong enough to be a commander. However, whether you swordsmen really have such strength needs to be tested. Emodong. A cold and tough man appeared in front of Jian Wushuang at once. Swordsman, this is a law of the Iron Saber army. I hope you understand. Lei Dao looked at Jian Wushuang. I understand. Jian Wushuang nodded. The cold and tough man was staring at Jian Wushuang. Swordsman, be careful. As the voice fell, a flush of skyrocketing power surged up from Emodong's body, who appeared in front of Jian Wushuang in a flash. Then his right hand became a claw and attacked Jian Wushuang like a lightning. The fingertips slashed across the void, causing a shrill noise. The void seemed to be torn in half by this swift claw. Watching this claw, the lonely heart sword appeared in Jian Wushuang's hand. Then an extremely fierce stab was extended out. At the moment of this thrust, a mighty killing intent swept through the whole hall. It was so strong that many experts in the hall looked askance at it. The killing intent is so strong. It means that his perception of the slaughter origin is extremely high, but he is still far from condensing the origin mark. The experts around were all peak experts above Stage 2, who had very high perceptions. In one glance, they could judge Jian Wuxuan's degree of origin perception. Clang! A low and heavy sound of a collision was heard. At the same time, the point where the sword light met the claw was still faintly ablaze with flames. Hum! Emo Dong coldly snorted, and then spread out his two palms at the same time, and threw himself towards Jian Wuxuan like an eagle. With a solemn face, Jian Wuxuan waved his Lonely Heart sword and directly defended. Clang! 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 There were several continuous collisions, making clashing noises one after another echoing through the hall. After the last collision, Emo Dong stretched out his claw, which Jian Wuxuan had no time to block and had to respond with his left fist. As a result, both of them were explosively forced back. You haven't condensed the origin mark, but when your strength erupts, you are much stronger than those at the pinnacle of the Saint Realm. Moreover, your physique is incredible. Your overall strength is not weaker than ordinary Stage 2 experts. Emo Dong solemnly looked at Jian Wuxuan. When he fought against Jian Wuxuan, he also felt an unusual pressure from this expert. The experts around in the hall all laughed at this scene. Obviously, they all recognized Jian Wuxuan's strength. At the top of the hall, Lord of the Iron Saber territory looked at Jian Wuxuan with a smile on the corners of his mouth, thinking secretly, Emo Dong did not do his best, but this swordsman, I'm afraid, has all hidden his strength. If he uses all his strength, it is not a problem to have a firm foothold at Stage 2 of the pinnacle of the Saint Realm. Swordsman, Iron Saber Lord looked down. Jian Wuxuan immediately looked up. From today, you will be the 13th commander of the No. 1 army. Iron Saber Lord said in a grand voice. Thank you so much, Lord. Jian Wuxuan said immediately. Qing. Iron Saber Lord said. Then a cyan-robed, middle-aged man with steady aura walked out. You are the general of No. 1 army. Now, swordsman will be under your command. It's your duty to tell him the regulations of the Iron Saber army. Iron Saber Lord ordered. Yes. Qing nodded respectfully. You can go. Iron Saber Lord waved his hand, with his figure slowly became more and fainter before finally disappearing. Such a marvelous skill. Jian Wuxuan was shocked by this. The commanders and experts in the hall also began to leave. Swordsman. Qing walked to Jian Wuxuan. General. Jian Wuxuan slightly opened his mouth. Through the dialogue between Iron Saber Lord and Qing, Jian Wuhuang had known that Qing was the general of No. 1 army, and he himself was No. 9 commander under Qing's command. You have just arrived at the Iron Saber army. There is something about the army I need to tell you about, but now I'll lead you to see your people. Qing said. People. Jian Wuxuan was surprised. Swordsmen, each commander in the Iron Saber army could command a team of warriors. The number is not large. It's only a 100-person team. Yet a single small team like this could easily destroy the Luo family, one of the 6 families. Lei Dao smiled aside. Oh. Jian Wuxuan became curious. Lei Dao, come together with us. Qing said, and then he left the hall. Jian Wuxuan and Lei Dao were following and talking in a low voice. Lei Dao, our general seems to be agreeable and modest. Jian Wuxuan said. Of course. Lei Dao smiled. General Qing has a very high reputation and not bad temperament in the Iron Saber army. Of course, that's just for us. When he faces the enemy, the situation will be different. What's more, General Qing has powerful strength. He is a peak expert at Stage 3. Stage 3. Jian Wuxuan was shocked. If he used all his trump cards and did his best, maybe he could rival the experts at Stage 3 now. Actually, not only General Qing, but also all the commanders in the Iron Saber army are similar. Lei Dao said, after all, most experts in the Iron Saber army are from outside the Divine Land. They have reached the peak and have no pursuit in the remote continents, and then come to the vast divine land. In the remote continents, the cultivation conditions are not as good as in the divine land. That they could get to the peak, there means they have experienced many years of cultivation. All of them are as old as monsters. They are different from the youngsters in the divine land, who dare to do anything relying on some strength. That's it. Jian Wushuang smiled. Guided by General Qing, it didn't take long for Jian Wushuang to arrive at an army camp. There were some sergeants in black armor in the camp. Armor. Jian Wushuang's expression was weird. In the Iron Saber Army, the ordinary sergeants need to wear armor according to the rule, while the experts above commander could wear whatever they want. There are no such rules for them. General Qing explained aside. When Jian Wushuang and the other 2 people turned up in the army camp, a call was sent out and the entire camp erupted. Numerous black-armored sergeants walked out of their camp tents. Very quickly, they stood in orderly lines on the vacant field of the drill ground. 20 black-armored sergeants stood in a line, and there were 5 lines, so the number was just 100. Chapter 389, Demon Heart Canyon. Chapter 389, Demon Heart Canyon. Those sergeants are all experts at the Saint Realm. Jian Wushuang could not help but be shocked by the 100 sergeants in black armor. Of the 100 sergeants who had reached the Saint Realm, 5 had achieved the pinnacle of the Saint Realm. It was no wonder Lei Dao dare say that the Iron Saber Army could casually choose a squad of 100 experts to wipe out one of the 6 families, the Luo family. Swordsman, now you're the commander of this team. General Qing glanced at Jian Wushuang. Then he looked toward the sergeants. Listen, General Qing said. This is your commander. His name is Swordsman. The words caused turmoil among the sergeants. Swordsman. He is our new commander. He looks so young. Too young? He might be older than us. It's just because he retains his youthful look. To be commanders of the Iron Saber Army, they must be super experts. That's true. The minimum requirement for a commander of the Iron Saber Army is to reach stage 2 of pinnacle of the Saint Realm. They're much stronger than us. The sergeants were whispering while observing Jian Wushuang closely. Swordsman, you can have a chat with your people. After you know them well, you can go to Demon Heart Canyon with me, General Qing said. Demon Heart Canyon? Jian Wushuang had a look of curiosity. Our army's primary task is to protect Demon Heart Canyon, General Qing explained. Understood. Jian Wushuang nodded. Then he walked toward his sergeants. Watching their commander coming over, some of the sergeants shouted out, Commander, please take care of us. Commander, we will follow you from now on. Hee, I pay my respects to you. I wonder whether you're married. Xie, don't flirt with our commander. Most of the sergeants were bold and forthright. Only a few had an indifferent character. Jian Wushuang warmly said hello to the sergeants. During the greetings, he remembered 5 sergeants' names. They were the 5 experts at the pinnacle of the Saint Realm. Each of them took charge of a squad of 20 members. After half a day, Jian Wushuang knew more about his team. Swordsman, lead your people to Demon Heart Canyon with me. General Qing, who had been waiting beside him, gave an order. Okay. Jian Wushuang nodded. He immediately set off with his team. Demon Heart Canyon, which was located on the border of the Iron Saber territory, was a massive canyon. After arriving at Demon Heart Canyon, Jian Wushuang immediately saw a huge campsite full of sergeants. Long lines of tents were present. According to the number of tents, he estimated the sergeants at more than 1,000. So many people. All of them are experts of the Saint Realm? Jian Wushuang marveled at the number of sergeants. At this moment, he noticed another campsite on a mountain opposite to the campsite of Iron Saber Army, and their sergeants all wore silver armor. That is Jian Wushuang frowned while watching the opposite campsite. That's the Silver-Winged Army, led by Silver-Wing Lord, General Qing said. Silver-Wing Lord. Jian Wushuang raised his brows. He also knew that the Silver-Wing territory was next to the Iron Saber territory, and that Silver-Wing Lord was also a top expert of the Cloud Realm, not weaker than their lord. Silver-Winged Army, camped opposite us. They are fighting with us? Jian Wushuang asked in surprise. No. General Qing shook his head and said, We all belong to Marquis Piaoxue, which means that we're the same camp. If we don't have a grudge against each other, our two armies won't fight. They're here because a cave mansion appeared in Demon Heart Canyon not long ago. Cave mansion. Jian Wushuang was shocked. General Qing continued, The cave mansion was left by a Cloud Realm expert, who was even stronger than Iron Saber Lord and Silver-Wing Lord. After the cave mansion emerged, the two lords all came over and wanted to explore it, but they found the cave mansion being protected by a formation. The formation is powerful. The two lords tried their best, but could not break it, so they have to wait until the formation disappears automatically. Since the cave mansion was found, the formation has started quickly dissipating. It must break soon, so Iron Saber Lord asked our first Amy to guard here. Once it breaks, we will immediately occupy it. Maybe we can't take it all, but at least we took the initiative. Ah. Jian Wushuang immediately understood. The Silver-Winged Army must think in the same way as the Iron Saber Army. Swordsman. General Qing looked toward Jian Wushuang. The power is respected in the vast divine land, as well as in the Iron Saber Army. There are many aggressive warriors in our army. You're the commander and will face some challenges. You cannot refuse these challenges. It's fine if you lose to the other commanders, but don't be defeated by ordinary sergeants, or you will be laughed at by them. Yes. Jian Wushuang nodded while looking forward to it in his heart. He was also keen to battle, especially when he met real experts. The Iron Saber Army was full of experts. Lei Dao, the rest of things is up to you, General Qing said, and then he left. Haha, swordsman, let me show you around our campsite, Lei Dao said with a smile. Then he took Jian Wushuang to the campsite. Lots of sergeants in black armor gathered in twos and threes. Some of them were chatting, some were drinking. Most of them were cultivating in the tents. Lei Dao and Jian Wushuang attracted the attention of the sergeants. They all fixed their eyes on Jian Wushuang. He doesn't wear armor but a black robe. He is a new commander. He looks too young. Tut, a new commander, what about his strength? Jian Wushuang walked forward and could notice that their eyes sparkled with eagerness. Chapter 390 Challenge. Chapter 390 Challenge. Swordsmen, wait and see. Some of them will challenge you soon, Lei Dao said in a low voice. Jian Wushuang wore a faint smile, with a flicker of battle intent in his eyes. He thought with eager expectation, Come on, the more, the better. He had lived in the Nanyang continent. It was a remote continent, so supreme experts were limited. But that was a different situation in the Divine Land. He was eager for this land because he desired to fight with the top experts from the Divine Land. Since he stepped on this island, he had fought several times, but he had not used his full strength. Furthermore, he had not experienced a really challenging fight. Lei Dao and Mo Dong were powerful enough to be taken seriously, but the two experts had made only tentative attacks on Jian Wushuang, so they had not had all-out fights. He yearned to fiercely battle real top experts. While Jian Wushuang was thinking about it, a black figure appeared in front of them. There he is. Lei Dao's eyes lit up. A bald man was in black armor, which meant he was just an ordinary sergeant. Commanders, Huangfu Hao pays my respects to you, the bald man said while bowing to them. What's up? Lei Dao pretended not to know his intent. You are a new commander, right? May I know your name? Huang Fu Hao asked. I'm Swordsman. It's true that I've just become the commander of the Iron Saber Army, Jian Wushuang replied. Commander Swordsman, I've recently fallen into a bottleneck. I want to make a breakthrough, so I'm looking for an expert to help me. I wonder whether you would like to teach me some moves, Huang Fu Hao said. Just as I expected, Jian Wushuang could not help but smile. He knew Huang Fu Hao just used his bottleneck as an excuse, and that his real purpose was to challenge him. Sure. Jian Wushuang accepted his challenge without hesitation. Thanks, Huang Fu Hao said while raising his head. A surge of an overwhelming aura rose from his body, just a bit weaker than Lei Yan's. Huang Fu Hao is famous in the Iron Saber Army. Though he's an ordinary sergeant at Stage 1, he is still one of the strongest and almost has Stage 2 strength. You should be careful. Don't lose, Lei Dao warned in a friendly manner. Don't worry. Jian Wushuang wore a slight smile and looked confident. Commander Swordsman, please. Huang Fu Hao's eyes became fierce as if he were a ferocious beast. Show your move, Jian Wushuang said. Whoosh! The void before Jian Wushuang suddenly split. Huang Fu Hao dashed toward him like a bull, with a heavy sword in his hand. The sword weighed over 5,000 kilograms at least. Shwa! A streak of sword light flashed through the air, causing peculiar waves to spread out. Jian Wushuang stood there as if he did not see it, and let it strike at him. The sword light directly flashed through his body, but no blood flowed. Residual shadow. Huang Fu Hao was a bit surprised. Meanwhile, a gust of wind swept toward him. Huang Fu Hao immediately turned his head and found his opponent standing beside him and striking a blow toward his face. He moved his body and suddenly opened his mouth, letting out a roar. The roar belonged to an attack of sound waves. Though it was not powerful enough, it could stop Jian Wushuang for a second. Then Huang Fu Hao could take advantage of it to parry the attack with his heavy sword. You do possess some strength. Jian Wushuang nodded in private. Then he stepped backward. At this moment, Huang Fu Hao had changed into a furious lion and darted forward. He waved his sword while chasing. The heavy sword emitted overwhelming power. With the force of gale and thunderbolt, Jian Wushuang changed into a bolt of lightning and easily flashed across the sky. His opponent's crazy attack could not hurt him. Commander Swordsman, you're an expert at Stage 2. You're just running? Huang Fu Hao said angrily. Oh! Jian Wushuang raised his eyebrows and laughed. Since you said that, I won't run. Jian Wushuang stopped. Then a surge of great power gathered in his hands and changed into a giant punch, lashing out as if a volcano which had been dormant for billions of years suddenly erupted. Pum! The punch collided with Huang Fu Hao's sword, causing an overwhelming power to spread. Huang Fu Hao's expression changed while he felt a tingling sensation in his whole arm. Pum! 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 Jian Wushuang launched several attacks. Each of his punches, full of billions of kilograms of strength, landed on his opponent's heavy sword and forced him to retreat. The last punch directly blew Huang Fu Hao's sword away. You lost. Jian Wushuang stood there while calmly looking at his opponent. A large number of sergeants who witnessed this fight could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. How powerful! He defeated Huang Fu Hao only using his strength. He lives up to his title as a commander. The sergeants praised Jian Wushuang. Lei Dao narrowed his eyes while staring at Jian Wushuang. Huang Fu Hao is close to Stage 2 battle strength, but swordsmen could beat him with pure strength. He is so strong, I didn't feel that when sparring with him. He did not know that Jian Wushuang previously hid his real strength and just used the strength activated by spiritual power. Though it just came from spiritual power, his strength was still greater than that of an ordinary expert at the pinnacle of the Saint Realm. But during the fight with Huang Fu Hao, he not only activated strength from his spiritual power to its limit, but also strength from his powerful body. Therefore, he was much stronger than experts at the pinnacle of the Saint Realm. That was why he could defeat Huang Fu Hao only using his strength. Chapter 391 Commander's Fight. Chapter 391 Commander's Fight. Commander Swordsman is powerful indeed. I deserve to lose, Huang Fu Hao said respectfully. He saw Swordsman with a long sword on his back and knew that he must be adept at sword principle. But the commander defeated him without using any weapons, which proved his strength. You're also very strong, Jian Wushuang replied with a smile. At this moment, haha, our new commander seems good. Hearty laughter erupted. Then they saw a brown-haired man flying toward them in the air. With a giant axe on his back, the man looked arrogant. Shirling, do you want to have a fight? Lei Dao looked at the man with a smile. Sure, it's rare to meet a new commander. How could I miss such an opportunity? The brown-haired man laughed and soon appeared before Jian Wushuang. Shirling. Jian Wushuang looked at him. Shirling is also a commander. He is a bit stronger than me, Lei Yun added. Oh. Jian Wushuang raised his eyebrows. Swordsman, come on, let's fight. Shirling stared at Jian Wushuang with sparkling eyes. Commander Shirling, please teach me some moves. Jian Wushuang replied with a faint smile. Hearing this, the sergeants in black armor became excited. Commander Swordsman accepted the challenge. Two commanders are fighting. All the sergeants looked excited. Shirling grinned. The moment he stepped forward, a huge axe shadow slashed out. So fast! Jian Wushuang was not only shocked at his speed, but also his momentum. I need to draw my sword. Jian Wushuang made his decision. The Lonely Heart sword appeared in his hand and immediately slashed at the axe shadow. Clang! A loud crash came out. Suddenly, Shirling emanated a violent and overwhelming aura. His strength erupted. Hua! 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 Streaks of axe shadow continuously swept toward Jian Wushuang with the momentum of a landslide or tsunami. Every stroke was fast and powerful. Too fast! Jian Wushuang waved his long sword to block it, but he was barely able to resist and was forced to retreat. The axe shadow's power and speed did not decrease and even became fiercer. I'll lose if it keeps going on like this. Jian Wushuang realized that he had to change his tactics. Then a slaughter domain spread out. Domain! Shirling did not take it seriously. The domain had a little effect on an expert who had reached the pinnacle of the Saint Realm. It did not work at all on an expert who had reached stage 2 of the realm. Shirling immediately saw waves spreading when Jian Wushuang performed domain. Each wave, which was full of great sword essence, looked the same as the effect of domain, but it was more powerful than the latter. It was the first-grade sword technique, multifold realm. A year ago, when Jian Wushuang stayed in the Nanyang continent, he had just started practicing multifold realm and could only display the first realm. Then he had traveled around the endless territories for a year and kept practicing. Now he could perform the second move of multifold realm, the tenfold realm. Jian Wushuang performed tenfold realm and slaughter domain simultaneously. Although slaughter domain posed little threat to Shirling, after all, tenfold realm was a first-grade sword technique. Jian Wushuang exerted his full strength to perform the two and imposed great pressure on Shirling, whose movements immediately slowed down. The speed of both his axe shadow and body dropped dramatically. Now I can fight against you. Jian Wushuang wore a faint smile. He suddenly rushed toward his opponent while weaving out a sword shadow. Damn it! His domain can suppress me to this extent. Shirling turned pale. In the tenfold realm, he was attacked by sword essence at every moment, as if he was stuck in the mud. Lei Dao wore a weird look while watching this fight. I didn't expect that swordsmen had such a powerful skill. Shi Ling might be forced to concede. Haha, he is so arrogant. It's good to teach him a lesson. Our new commander has a powerful skill indeed. The combination of Sword Realm and Slaughter Domain could brutally suppress Shi Ling. Several commanders stood beside Lei Dao. They all came to watch this fight. They were shocked by the realm technique Jian Wushuang performed and envied him in their heart. Everybody knew such a technique helped a lot in a fight. With the help of the Tenfold Realm and Slaughter Domain, Jian Wushuang took the initiative to fight back. Soon he got the upper hand. Though they fought fiercely for a while, Jian Wushuang remained at an advantage. Good. This feels so good. Jian Wushuang became excited, his eyes gleaming with joy. Shi Ling was powerful indeed. Though he was suppressed by the Tenfold Realm, he could block all the attacks from his opponent. If I don't show my trump card, it will be hard for me to beat him. Jian Wushuang thought. He had exerted his full strength, but could barely prevail, so if he wanted to defeat Shi Ling, he had to use his trump card now. He had lots of trump cards, including the Azura secret skill, double first-grade sword soul, mind's eye sword technique, heart-killing sword technique, triple kill sword. Nevertheless, Jian Wushuang had no such plan, as he was enjoying this fight. By contrast, Shi Ling suffered terribly in the realm. I quit. Shi Ling suddenly snarled and then directly retreated to the side. Jian Wushuang stopped and looked at Shi Ling with a faint smile. Your realm skill is too odd. I felt suppressed in such a realm and could not show my strength, Shi Ling said in a low voice. Haha, Shi Ling, you lost the fight. Don't find an excuse for yourself, Lei Dao said with a smile. Yep, Sword Realm is one of swordsman's skills. You want him to hide his real strength? Tut, it's rare to see Shi Ling being forced to concede. Laughter rang out. Lei Dao and the other commanders all stepped forward. Chapter 392, The Cave Mansion Opens. Chapter 392, The Cave Mansion Opens. Swordsmen, let me introduce them. Lei Dao pulled Jian Wushuang and said, This is Boozer, a crazy drunk. Lei Dao pointed at a white-robed young man who looked drunk. With skittish eyes, the man seemingly led a dissolute life. This is Yao Mei, a completely evil spirit. Jian Wushuang saw the beautiful lady with a hot figure staring at him with a spurious smile. He was scared. This is Yuan He. Lei Dao pointed to a middle-aged man, whose mild smile was like a gentle spring breeze. You have fought with Shi Ling, so no need to introduce him, Lei Dao said. I'm Swordsman, nice to meet you, Jian Wushuang said with a smile. Swordsman, you have an amazing skill. Even Shi Ling lost to you. You're really powerful, Yao Mei said. Hearing this, Shi Ling could not help but curl his lips. Small tricks. It doesn't deserve a mention, Jian Wushuang said modestly. It's not a small trick. Such a powerful technique would help you a lot in a fight. Yun He looked over and said seriously, Moreover, you're already so fast and have a powerful body. Maybe you're not the strongest among us, but looking just at your ability to protect yourself, you would be number one. That's true. Lei Dao, Yao Mei, and other commanders nodded in agreement. Even if you can't fight against General Qing at Stage 3, you can survive. At this point, you're stronger than us. The other commanders seemingly said casually. In fact, they were envious of swordsman's ability. During the fight with Shi Ling, Jian Wushuang's overall strength might not be impressive, but his ability to defend and survive was amazing. In this vast divine land, it did not matter how strong one was, as there was always someone stronger. However, it was most important for someone to have an exceptional ability of self-preservation. As long as you could stay alive, you would have an opportunity to improve your strength. By the way, including myself, there are 13 commanders in our first army, right? Where are the other commanders? Jian Wushuang suddenly asked. Right, there are 13 commanders in total. 2 commanders are carrying out their tasks, and the others have gone to Flaming Battlefield. So only we're left to guard Demon Heart Canyon, Yunhe replied. Flaming Battlefield? Jian Wushuang was surprised. What's the matter with Flaming Battlefield? It's a crazy, violent battlefield where the 2 marquises have fought against each other, but we don't know the real situation in there because we haven't been there, Yunhe said with a wry smile. You haven't been there? Jian Wushuang couldn't help but be astonished. I'd like to. After all, there are more experts in Flaming Battlefield. If I go there, I would have opportunities to fight a large number of top experts, but our Lord said I'm not strong enough, so he has no plans to send me there. Lei Dao spoke. Jian Wushuang was shocked in private. Lei Dao had reached stage 2 of Pinnacle of the Saint Realm. If he was not qualified to go Flaming Battlefield, what level are the experts who are battling in Flaming Battlefield? Don't think too much. Just improve yourself. If your strength improves, our Lord will send us there in the future, Yunhe said. You're right. Lei Dao nodded and then grinned. Commander Swordsman has just arrived. Let's hold a party to welcome him. Let's go for a drink. The commanders walked into a tent and started drinking. Jian Wushuang stayed in Demon Heart Canyon. He usually cultivated by himself. Sometimes he would spar with the other commanders. They all got along well with each other. A month passed in the blink of an eye. Over at the campsite, Jian Wushuang stood in the air while emanating his sword realm. Yunhe was trapped within it. With the help of Tenfold Realm, Jian Wushuang used his full strength to launch attacks. Although Yunhe could parry all of them, he was still at a disadvantage. Guess how long Yunhe can persist? Lei Dao asked with a smile. He was sitting by a long, narrow table with Yao, Mei, Boozer, and Shirling above the void. If he can hold for 20 breaths worth of time, that's awesome. Shirling glanced at the battlefield. He had fought with Jian Wushuang several times, so he was very clear how terrifying Jian Wushuang's Sword Realm was. If Jian Wushuang did not perform Sword Realm, Shirling could easily get the upper hand, but once the Sword Realm was displayed, he immediately lost ground. Shirling knew that what tortured him the most was the feeling of being suppressed in the Sword Realm. He had great strength but could not show all of it. I quit. After a while, Yunhe conceded. Soon, he and Jian Wushuang came back. Swordsman, your sword realm suppressed me so much. Yunhe sighed. Jian Wushuang wore a smile. He often sparred and drank with these commanders, so they were familiar with each other. These commanders were powerful indeed. If he did not show his trump card, Jian Wushuang could not defeat any of them and could only have the upper hand at most. Therefore, Jian Wushuang gained a lot from his fights with them over the month. Come on, let's have a drink. Lei Dao raised a wine cup. Jian Wushuang was about to take it. Suddenly, buzz, invisible waves spread out. It shook so heavily that all the people in Demon Heart Canyon perceived it. Their expressions changed. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Jian Wushuang and other commanders appeared in the sky and looked at the bottom of the canyon. They saw a stream of cyan energy flowing out. Though it was powerful, the cyan energy seemed on the edge of collapse. The cyan energy comes from the formation outside the cave mansion? Jian Wushuang thought. Whoosh! A figure appeared beside them. General Qing. They all noticed and cried out. The formation is going to dissipate. General Qing sighed and then gave an order. Go tell our lord. Chapter 393. A fight in front of the cave mansion. Chapter 393. A fight in front of the cave mansion. The first army assemble. General Qing's voice resounded loudly over Demon Heart Canyon. A large number of black-armored sergeants flew up and assembled above the void. There were a dozen teams comprising more than 1,000 sergeants. These teams were led by 6 commanders. The amassed sergeants emanated a formidable and oppressive aura, which materialized as a black torrent. It looked as though an ancient beast had crept out and was lying in wait for its prey. Silver-winged army has started to assemble. Jian Wushuang saw numerous sergeants in silver armor gather in the opposite mountain. All of them possessed a powerful aura. It seems that we'll have a protracted battle. Lei Dao, Yao Mei, and the other commanders looked grim. The Iron Saber Army and Silver-Winged Army had camped here for the cave mansion. Both sides wanted to wrest control of the cave mansion. They would have to fight for it when the formation dissipated. At this moment they waited. All eyes were fixed on the Cyan formation. The formation was in chaos. A large amount of frenzied energy radiated in all directions, weakening the power at its core. The formation's power had dwindled. Suddenly, bang! With a crack, the Cyan formation eventually collapsed as expected. Experts, waiting at both ends of the canyon, noticed the break in the formation. Go! General Qing shouted as he moved toward the bottom of the canyon. The 6 commanders and their sergeants followed General Qing down. Rumble. The atmosphere was intense as a large number of figures swarmed into the bottom of the canyon like wasps. On the opposite mountain, experts of Silver-Winged Army dived forward. Block them. A low growl sounded from the Silver-Winged Army. As their spiritual power gushed out, sergeants of the Silver-Winged Army launched a mighty attack. There were more than 1,000 Silver-Winged Army sergeants attacking in tandem. Every attack was launched by an expert of the Saint Realm. What a magnificent scene! Even Jian Wushuang was somewhat frightened. The sergeants of the Iron Saber Army reacted quickly and lashed out with their own strikes. Attacks from both sides collided fiercely with each other. Rumble. The whole area shook violently as if it were the end of days. The impact from the attacks caused the mountains around the canyon to collapse. Demon Heart Canyon completely disappeared. This is terrifying. Jian Wushuang was numb with shock. The head-on confrontation between the 2 powerful armies was terrifying in its power and scope. Jian Wushuang was strong, but even he might be torn apart if he was involved in the battle. The battle strength of commanders at Stage 2 was insignificant compared to the 2 armies. General Qing led his army toward the gate of the cave mansion. The Silver-Winged Army is fully prepared for this fight. Obviously, it is impossible for us to take the entire cave mansion. We'll have to find a way to gain an advantage. General Qing's eyes flashed as he issued an order. Ordinary sergeants, stay outside the cave mansion. Commanders, go inside with me. Yes. Jian Wushuang and the other commanders responded. The sergeants of the Iron Saber Army stopped before the gate, while General Qing rushed into the cave mansion with the 6 commanders. Several figures from the Silver-Winged Army also glided forward. They possessed powerful aura and were led by a semi-naked bald man with vicious eyes and 3 fire marks on his left arm. The 3 origin marks showed that the bald man was a top expert at Stage 3. General Qing, it's been a long time since we met. The last time we met was in Flaming Battlefield, right? The bald man's laughter reverberated through the area. Wu Ta. General Qing looked at the bald man, eyes narrowing. General Qing, we were comrades in Flaming Battlefield, but now we have to fight each other for our own lord's benefit. So don't take it personally, Wu Ta said in an undertone. That's what I wanted to tell you too. General Qing snorted. Okay, let's fight. Wu Ta shouted. Wu Ta's 7 commanders, all of whom were experts at Stage 2, leaped forward. Go. General Qing responded in kind. Jian Wushuang and other 5 commanders immediately moved forward with a cold look in their eyes. General Qing fought Wu Ta, who, like him, was an expert at Stage 3. Jian Wushuang and the other 5 commanders attacked the 7 commanders from the Silver-Winged Army. A fierce fight erupted in front of the cave mansion. An aquamarine-haired lady appeared quietly before Jian Wushuang and lashed out with her aquamarine whip. Hum! A torrent of strange waves began to flow. Viper-like, the long whip flashed across the sky at incredible speed and began to twine around Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang gathered a surge of power in his hand. He clenched his hands and punched the whip, unleashing the amassed power. As his punch landed, Jian Wushuang felt as if he had hit a ball of cotton. Meanwhile, the long whip wrapped around his wrist. Chapter 394, Bluestone Corridor. Chapter 394, Bluestone Corridor. It's strange. Jian Wushuang was inwardly shocked as the aquamarine long whip twisted around his arm like a vine. He recovered quickly, and a surge of soaring sword essence erupted from him. His hand shook and threw off the long whip. Swish! Jian Wushuang drew his long sword and dashed forward. The lady with long aquamarine hair wielded her long whip casually. Shadows cast by the whip changed into waves, surging forward. Jian Wushuang felt as if he was falling into a vast sea. The continual lashing waves made it hard for him to free himself and suppressed his strength. The woman comprehends water drop origin so well. While he was struggling, Jian Wushuang noticed 2 origin marks on the lady's arms. These marks meant that she was at the peak of Stage 2. Jian Wushuang assessed the current situation. General Qing's army was led by 6 commanders. On the other hand, the Silver-Winged Army, led by Wu Ta, had 7 commanders. These commanders were at Stage 2, so one more person could give them an advantage if both sides were matched in terms of skill. It was therefore unsurprising that the Silver-Winged Army already had the upper hand. I must do something. Jian Wushuang radiated an overwhelming sword essence. Invisible waves began to spread out and covered the entire battlefield. Sword Realm, Tenfold Realm. Slaughter Domain also started to sweep out. The 2 skills were combined into a deadly attack. What? The experts of the Silver-Winged Army felt themselves enveloped by a flow of invisible power. It was as though they were stuck in mud with their movements restricted. Realm technique. How powerful! The Silver-Winged Army experts were astounded and rendered helpless by the attack. On the other hand, the Iron Saber Army commanders remained unaffected. This caused some excitement among the commanders. Haha, swordsman, good job! Swordsman, I love you! Lei Dao and Yao Mei cried out. General Qing glanced at Jian Wushuang in surprise. Humph! Jian Wushuang snorted. He resumed his fight with the lady with long aquamarine hair. As she was now suppressed by the Tenfold Realm, she could no longer restrict Jian Wushuang's movements. Because of the Tenfold Realm, the strength gap between the both sides narrowed. Now the Iron Saber Army almost drew even with their opponent. Wu Ta's face fell. I didn't expect that someone from the Iron Saber Army would have such an odd technique. The realm sword skill, or technique, was rare in the vast divine land. It was also a cause of much envy. Wu Ta knew it was impossible to defeat the Iron Saber Army and decided to withdraw from the fight. Leave them alone. Let's go inside. Wu Ta repelled General Qing and shouted to his commanders. He rushed into the cave mansion. The Silver-Winged Army commanders followed him inside. Hurry up. Let's follow them. Jian Wushuang and the other commanders responded to General Qing's orders and darted into the cave mansion. The bottomless, broad bluestone corridor came into sight. Candle holders shaped like dragon heads were placed along both sides of the corridor. Instead of candles, the open mouths of the dragon heads held transparent gems which lit the path. This is a cave mansion. Why do I feel that I'm in a huge underground palace? Jian Wushuang was surprised. Jian Wushuang and the others moved forward quickly. The Iron Saber Army and Silver Winged Army were separated by a short distance, with the former on the left side and the latter on the right side. Both armies remained vigilant, but they did not intend to fight. The corridor is too long. Jian Wushuang frowned at the bottomless corridor. They had walked for several thousand meters, but still could not see the end of the corridor. But at this moment, "Chi!" a faint sound rang out. Jian Wushuang looked at the candle holders along the corridor and saw a sliver of light. "Be careful!" The words had barely left General Qing when "Chu! Chu! Chu! Chu!" a forlorn sound of breaking wind sounded. A black flowing light passed through the air and swept towards them, accompanied by streaks of black flowing light shooting from the candlesticks. The flowing light moved quickly with an overwhelming and frightening momentum. Jian Wushuang reacted first. He struck with his Lonely Heart sword and parried 3 streaks of black flowing light. These landed on the ground and showed themselves to be 3 black arrows made of special materials. The other commanders were also attacked by the black arrows. Shi Ling, who stood behind Jian Wushuang, was targeted by 6 arrows. Damn! Shi Ling paled at the onslaught. He tried to block the 6 arrows using his giant axe. His weapon was powerful, but less flexible than long swords or sabers. He was only able to deflect 4 arrows. The other 2 arrows continued their journey toward his chest and lower abdomen. At the critical moment, Jian Wushuang stepped forward and blocked Shi Ling. He deflected the arrow targeting Shi Ling's lower abdomen, but he had no time to parry the other. The black arrow swiftly crashed into Jian Wushuang's chest. Chapter 395, The Blood Gems. Chapter 395, The Blood Gems. Swish! With an ear-piercing sound, the black arrow pierced through the void into Jian Wushuang's chest. Jian Wushuang felt a sharp pain radiate outwards from his wound and involuntarily let out a suppressed groan. He had been protected by a shield made of spiritual power. However, the arrow had penetrated the shield. Jian Wushuang's chest had therefore been vulnerable to the arrow. The arrow could pierce the body of an expert of the Saint Realm, but Jian Wushuang's body was much stronger than an ordinary expert's. As such, the arrow only embedded itself superficially in his skin and muscle. The arrow had failed to pierce through his body or damage his vital organs. Nevertheless, the force of the impact threw Jian Wushuang and Shi Ling back several steps. "Swordsman, are you all right?" Lei Dao and the others nearby looked at Jian Wushuang with concern. "I'm fine." When Jian Wushuang regained his balance, he glanced at the arrow in his chest. He removed the arrow and put it in his interspatial ring. His wound was a bloody hole about the size of a finger. As the arrow had not reached his internal organs, he was not badly wounded. Lei Dao and the others were shocked at the scene. "Among us, you are the only one who won't die of such an attack," Lei Dao said in admiration. "Swordsman, thank you." Shi Ling looked at Jian Wushuang with gratitude. "No big deal." Jian Wushuang replied with a casual smile. He had gotten along well with these commanders in the past month. He saw them as friends. Helping them out when they were in danger was therefore second nature to him. The bluestone corridor had finally quietened down. Those present had been taken aback by the attack of arrows. Fortunately, no lives had been lost. The silver-winged army experts looked at Jian Wushuang with quizzical expressions. They had witnessed how Jian Wushuang had saved Shi Ling. Being shot by the black arrow is as bad as being attacked by an expert at the pinnacle of the Saint Realm. Moreover, arrows are excellent in piercing the flesh. Even experts of stage 3 can't survive such an attack, but this guy survived? How terrifically strong his body is. His body is as strong as a magic weapon. Amazing. He might not be the strongest one in the Iron Saber army, but he must be the most resourceful one. The silver-winged army experts were jealous of Jian Wushuang's skills. At the gate of the mansion, it had been Jian Wushuang who had helped the Iron Saber army turn the tables using his skill. Having now seen how strong his body was, these experts were doubly impressed. Wu Ta. General Qing looked at Wu Ta and said, "We are in an unusual mansion full of danger, so we'd better stop fighting for the moment." Wu Ta frowned. He glanced at the endless corridor before them, and eventually nodded. "Okay." Other commanders exchanged glances and nodded to themselves. "Guys, slow down and watch your back," General Qing warned. The experts from both sides resumed their path forward at a slower pace. The corridor was interminably long. The experts encountered 2 subsequent black arrow attacks in a mere half-hour. Having learnt from their experience in the first attack, the experts deflected the attacks with ease. Finally, they reached the end of the corridor. The end of the corridor led to a capacious, magnificent hall. Its walls were well decorated and covered with paintings. At the center of the hall, there was a pool. Jian Wushuang and the others were on high alert as they walked in and looked around. Except for the luxurious decorations, the hall looked ordinary. The most unusual feature was the pool. The pool was small with an area of 2 to 3 square meters. Notably, the water in it was dark yellow. There were also faint strands of strange energy gathered in it. Jian Wushuang and the others were drawn to the pool. Pale yellow mist rose slowly out of the water. Swish, swish, swish. Beams of yellow light wafted from the pool floated in midair. Dozens of beams emerged from the water in succession. The light gradually faded away from the suspended light beams, revealing pieces of light yellow gems. The gems were as small as a baby's fist, but the power in them was intense. "What are those?" Seeing the gems, everyone was curious. "Blood gems. These are blood gems." General Qing's voice resounded in the hall, betraying his excitement at the discovery. "Blood gem." Wu Ta recognized the gems as well. He looked thrilled. Jian Wushuang studied the gems and was stunned. He was familiar with those gems. He even owned some. "Blood gems." Jian Wushuang was extremely surprised. He had gained a blood puppet in his ancestors' land as a third reward. The puppet was strong, but it was hard to power it as blood gems were required each time for such an operation. According to what Jinling had said, the blood gem was extremely precious and rare even in the Divine Land. That was why he had only given Jian Wushuang 3 gems with a puppet. But now,